I really wanted to, in our time together, share with you some OWASP tools that I find interesting and extremely useful. So with that, let's go ahead and dive right in. Now, we've got this slide here on cross-site scripting. I'm going to assume everybody here already knows about what XSS is, right? How many people, quick show of hands, have fixed XSS in their apps before? Nice, that's a very high percentage, and it's no surprise that here, given the track that we're in. Usually when I go to developer conferences and ask that same question, it's 20–30% of the room that raises their hand versus the 80% that just raised their hand here. Now, I don't really want to go into all of the details about XSS. What I'd really like to talk about is tennis. Are there any tennis fans here in the room? Quick show of hands. Oh, that's pretty good. Maybe 5% of the room are tennis fans. Any Maria Sharapova fans? Yeah, okay, a few more, right? Really popular tennis player, 1.25 million followers on Twitter. Did you know that some time ago, she kind of went through a little career crisis? She didn't want to be in tennis anymore, and so she announced on her website that she was going to be leaving the world of tennis to become a CCIE, a Cisco Certified Internetworking Expert. It's pretty hot, right? And this was real. It had to be real because it was on the exact same day. It was jointly announced on her website, mariasharapova.com, and on cisco.com, the exact same time. Did anybody hear about this? True story, true story. This actually happened. Now, of course, it was a ruse. It was fake, right? It was jointly announced on April Fool's Day, right? And some Russian hackers had found some cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in both mariasharapova.com and cisco.com, saved them up until April Fool's Day, published links with a bunch of extra JavaScript code in the parameters on the internet. People would click them. Once they clicked the link, right, that evil JavaScript code rewrote the contents of the page, access to the DOM, and issued fake press releases on both of those sites. So that was your classic case of reflected cross-site scripting that I'm sure that you guys are all already familiar with. Now, cross-site scripting, as we just described, occurs when bad data, unvalidated data, evil data is sent back down and rendered in the browser itself. So how do you prevent this from occurring? Of course, you could do input validation. That's not the ideal way to prevent XSS from occurring. You really want to do the appropriate output encoding when the data goes back to the browser. There's an awesome reference article on the OWASP website called the XSS Prevention Cheat Sheet. Who's heard of the XSS Prevention Cheat Sheet? Good, excellent. And we get now to the first two OWASP tools that I want to mention to you. Number one is the OWASP Enterprise Security API, ESAPI. Who has used ESAPI in their applications before? Oh, not so many. OK, about maybe 10–15% or so. OWASP ESAPI, Enterprise Security API, as the name implies, is a very comprehensive security API. If you look at the Java doc, online Java doc for it, you can see that there's functionality, classes, for almost any type of security activity, security thing that you might want to do in your application itself. The little snippet we have here is really specifically focused on the encoder class and how we do the appropriate output encoding as the data goes back out to the browser so we can prevent XSS from occurring. The second tool that I want to mention, though, at the bottom, is the OWASP Java encoder. Now, unlike ESAPI, the Enterprise Security API, the Java encoder is really focused, as the name implies, only on one thing, providing the appropriate output encoding functionality to prevent XSS. So if you want a more comprehensive, right, API, I would suggest using ESAPI, right? A lot of other security features in there. If you want something more focused, you don't want to import a bunch of other stuff into your class path, I would recommend using the Java encoders. It's a lot of focus on performance there in terms of the Java encoder as well. Now, the problem with these APIs and any other API that you might find from another organization is that, well, we as security experts and developers, we've got to go into the appropriate parts of our application, right, and figure out, well, what data is being sent back out to the browser, and call these appropriate methods at the appropriate time to fix, right, to output, escape, output, encode the data going back out, right? Kind of a pain. It's a lot of work to do that, and that's one of the reasons why XSS is still so persistent. Wouldn't it be nice if there was some way that we could handle this in a not one-off line-by-line code basis in terms of interrogating our application? Well, one of the things that attackers like to do with cross-site scripting is steal your session IDs. Because if they steal your session ID, right, using document.cookie, sending it to some other website that they control, parsing it out of their web logs, they can conduct a session hijacking attack. stealing your active session ID and getting access to the application as you. So what we could do is turn on the HTTP only flag for our cookies, our sensitive cookies like our session ID, like our JSession ID in Java, thereby helping to mitigate session hijacking attacks, because the HTTP only flag prevents client-side scripts, JavaScript from accessing the contents of your cookie. And this is one way that we can mitigate XSS in a more kind of comprehensive approach. You can kind of ignore perhaps all of the stuff here on the slides. These are just some examples of how you configure your Java application to turn on HTTP only for your session ID, your JSession ID, and how you could do it programmatically down here at the bottom as well for whatever cookie, whatever sensitive cookie you might be using in your application. Make sense? Now, wouldn't it be really nice is if there was something else that allowed us to prevent XSS, right, mitigate XSS on a more comprehensive scale, not just mitigating one specific type of XSS attack? Right? Well, fortunately there is, and this is about as modern, in my opinion, as you can get in terms of application defense, using content security policy. Now, let me ask you guys, this might be a dumb question, who has heard of content security policy? Good, maybe about half of the folks. So who, out of you guys that have heard of it, who has used it to defend their applications? Very small percentage. I only see 3 hands up in the room. Content security policy helps us prevent XSS by allowing us to define a whitelist of acceptable locations from which our JavaScript and other resources can actually come from. And by defining that trusted whitelist of sources, it allows us to mitigate the risk of XSS from actually occurring. Now, how does it work? You've got some header names down at the bottom. The one in the finalized spec is the first one, content-security-policy. You set that HTTP response header, send it back down to the browser, and the browser will see that and say, oh, I need to protect this page against XSS using CSP. Now, if you want to use content security policy, I got to tell you up front, there's a couple of restrictions, right? There's some things that you have to do in your app, so you have to watch out for it. You can't have any inline scripts, so you can't have any script tags now directly in your HTML code, right? Those won't work anymore. You also can't do any inline event handlers like we see here with the onClick attribute. And correspondingly, you can't have any inline styles as well. Now, for newer applications that you develop, maybe that's not such a big deal because you can factor that in ahead of time. But for legacy applications, right, there could be script tags all over the place. So you got to plan ahead a little bit if you want to use content security policy, and your apps do have inline scripts. So you got to watch out for that. Anybody gone through this exercise before? No? So you got to be careful for that. Now, there's various directives that CSP actually supports that can define what whitelist trusted locations we want stuff to come from. So you can see that we've got JavaScript, we've got where our styles should come from, our images, our frames, fonts, and so on. And let's go ahead, instead of walking through that boring list of different supported attributes, let's look at a couple different examples. Number one up here at the top, right, is we can only load resources from the same origin. Is the strictest thing that you could do. You can define that content security policy, HTTP response header, right, going back down to the browser saying the default source is self, meaning I only trust stuff to come from my origin, right, my protocol, my port, and my domain combination. Now, we've got an example here in number 2 from MikeWest.org. Anybody know Mike? He's a developer on the Chrome team based out of Germany, works over at Google. And on his personal website, MikeWest.org, this is the content security policy that he has used. And you can see here he's got the default source is none at the top, styles being loaded from his content delivery network, only allowing framing from YouTube and SlideShare. Scripts, JavaScript, can only come from either his content delivery network here or from Google Analytics. Same thing with images coming from his content delivery network or Google Analytics or any data URLs that he might have embedded. And finally, fonts can only come from his CDN as well. And so you can see here, by defining these trusted locations, we are mitigating the potential risk of cross-site scripting attacks in our applications. Does that make sense? All right. Now, I mentioned that it's a little bit problematic. If you've got a legacy application, you need to take out the script tags, you need to make sure everything still works, can't have inline JavaScript. You don't necessarily want to go ahead tomorrow and turn on content security policy without the appropriate testing. And to do that in production, what you could do is you can use this report only, content security policy dash report only header. And this tells the browser not to block any XSS or any script that you might find in your application, but it says, hey, if we find anything, if the browser detects anything when we pass this header down, let's go ahead and just send a JSON formatted message back to the report URI that you see down here at the bottom. And this is an example, real example from Facebook. This is the content security policy that Facebook was using for a little while to actually do the report only, gather some real intelligence, real usage patterns, real events from the production application so that they can, in the future, fine-tune, right? Fine-tune their content security policy and go back and fix remove any inline scripts or other issues that they might have had. So that is the report-only functionality for content security policy. All right, so that brings us to a very basic demo. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a very basic demo that we're going to show here. And I'm going to switch over to a VM that we've got running. And here in the VM, in the browser, these are just some, in this beautiful page are some links that I'm going to be using throughout the course of this, this session here. And the first one is a little basic XSS demo. Make this a little bit bigger for you guys. This is probably going to be a little bit hard to see in the back. But all it's doing in the URL is, let's make this a little bit bigger. You can see that it's going to a purposely vulnerable page, xss.jsp, taking a couple URL parameters, the message parameter and the name parameter, and I switch this to OWASP, and all it does is change it to hello OWASP. And in your classic, you guys already know all of this, but in classic form, we can just, as one of the parameters, switch it to a script tag, and I'll make this a little bit bigger for you guys so you guys can see it in the back. Instead of saying OWASP or a name here, we just switch it to some simple JavaScript, and now, when we hit enter, right, the JavaScript actually gets sent up to the server, right, just like in the Maria Sharapova example, gets sent back down to the browser, echoed back in the output stream, and the browser sees this and says, oh, well, it's told me to execute some script, in this case, the alert function to pop up an alert box, so that's exactly what the browser does, resulting in your classic case of reflected cross-site scripting. But what we want to see instead here, switching back to the bookmarks page, is an actual protection. So here all I've done is in the basic JSP code here, included the content security policy header. And we'll look at that in a second. But here, if we try to recreate the attack and say script alert XSS, closing script tag in the URL bar here, just like we did before, and then we hit enter, nothing happens. Right? So we've prevented XSS from occurring by implementing content security policy for this page, and we can verify that here by looking at the traffic. I'm going to go over to this, this other tool here, ZAP, Z-Attack Proxy, another OWASP tool that I find very useful. How many people have used ZAP before? Oh yeah, really, really popular. Yeah, everybody's used ZAP. So you can see here, down at the bottom, for those of you that haven't used it, are all of the requests that the browser has sent up to the server. Over here on the left-hand side is a little hierarchy of all of the websites that we've visited since we've turned on ZAP and have started browsing. And once I go ahead and click on one of these, let's go ahead and click on this one. I think it's the right one. You can see that the response tab, the response coming back down from the server, actually populates here so we can look at some of the details. And right here, you can see, if I zoom in a little bit, in that JSP code, all we had to do was set the content security policy header. In this case, I just made it the most strict that we could do it, saying the default source is self, only allowing stuff from my same origin, only allowing JavaScript and other things from my same origin, right? Not to be come in from the URL parameter that we saw. And it prevented the execution of that JavaScript, thereby protecting our app against XSS. Pretty awesome, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty awesome. All right, so that is content security policy and Z-Attack Proxy. And we have a question here. Good question. Do I have an example of what the report mode data looks like? I do not have it handy on this machine, which is a brand new machine with nothing else on it. But it is just JSON formatted. It will tell you what URL created the trigger, and it will say what CSP directive it violated. So it will say something like, and I forget the exact terminology here, but it will say something like inline dash script was the thing that triggered it. So you'll know exactly what it was and where it was in your application. I do have that on my other machine, but I don't have that right here. Yes, it does have that. Yeah, it does have enough details to figure it out. Yeah, and yep. Cool. Any other questions, comments? All right, so switching back to the slides here. Right, now this is using a modern defense, an HTTP header to protect against cross-site scripting. Wouldn't it also be nice if there were some other headers that helped us not just have to one-off manually fix things in our applications, but protect them kind of more generically like we see with this header example here? Fortunately, there is. There's something called strict transport security. Who is familiar with this one? All right, maybe about a third of the folks. Now, you guys know, we all know that encryption is extremely important. Right now, I've been saying this for probably a decade, is I think everything should be default encrypted, SSL, and so on. And there's a problem with that, though. If you turn on SSL for your application and somebody goes to http://mycompany.com, what happens is that plain text request gets sent up to the server, right? And the server will redirect you to the SSL version. So there's a slight window of opportunity there for an attacker to inject himself or herself into the unencrypted stream and, right, do bad stuff, right? We've got stuff like Moxie Marlinspike's SSL strip tool that will help automate some of those attacks. So strict transport security is a header, is a protection that is helping to mitigate and close that little window of opportunity. If you have a browser, if you're using a browser that supports strict transport security, and you define this header, pass it back down to the browser for your site, it will go ahead and cache the certificate on the browser itself for a predetermined amount of time, as you see in the lower right-hand corner. And then, next time you visit your application, even if you type http://mycompany.com, it will still do the communication over SSL. Okay. Pretty cool. Closing the window of opportunity for an attacker to sniff your communications. Another header that's very important to consider is X-frame options, and X-frame options is used to prevent clickjacking. Clickjacking, discovered some years ago by Jeremiah Grossman and Robert R. Snake Hansen. Clickjacking is an attack that tricks you, the victim, into clicking on something. Hey, click here to win a free prize. But when you click on it, under the covers, right, or actually technically in the foreground, in a foreground invisible image, you're clicking on something else. And when this was first discovered by Jeremiah, disclosed by Jeremiah and Robert, they showed that at the time there was this issue in Adobe Acrobat that clicking on a certain thing in Adobe would give the attacker access to enable the victim's microphone and camera to conduct remote spying. And so there's a number of different things that attackers can do with clickjacking. If you have clickjacking on Facebook, they call it like-jacking because they're tricking you into clicking the like button to increase the likes on a site, to increase the amount of traffic that goes to it, right, to increase ad revenue, or force you to go to a site that will get more people to go to a site to sign up for some subscription services. Point being, you want to prevent clickjacking from occurring. The way that you prevent clickjacking is by passing down the X-frame options header back down to the browser. The X-frame options header has 3 different options. Deny, meaning, hey, nothing can be framed, nothing in your website, in your particular page can be framed. Same origin, as the name implies, only allowing stuff from your same origin, again, your port, protocol, and domain, from framing your particular page. And then we've got a third option down below that, as of recently, is only currently supported by IE. But the point being that if you pass down X-frame options, it will prevent clickjacking from occurring in your applications. All right, so using secure headers. We've talked about a number of different headers: content security policy, strict transport security, X-frame options. HTTP only is an addition to the set-cookie header. Right? There's also, this brings us to the next OWASP project that I want to mention, share with you guys, is the OWASP Secure Headers project. Projects for supporting different languages, .NET, Java, as well as Ruby. It's got some code in there that will let you automatically apply these headers to various parts of your application. There's also something called the Security Header Injection Module, developed by Eric Johnson, who I see sitting here in the middle of the room, and Aaron Kure. They're going to be giving a talk today at 3 o'clock talking about SHIM, right, and how they have plans to actually contribute that back to the OWASP Secure Headers project. So this is going to be a very handy tool. SHIM is going to be written in .NET. There's already a Java and Ruby version, as I mentioned, to automatically apply these headers that we talked about to different parts of your application. All right, any questions, comments so far? Yes?
Any chance that these will be ported over to Python and other languages?
I have not heard if it will go to Python specifically. Anybody in the room know that answer in terms of the Secure Headers module? The sounds like a perfect opportunity to contribute to the Secure Headers project. But yes, Eric.
It's on the roadmap, but they're looking for contributors.
Really? Okay. I'll look into it. Thank you.
The project lead's on the page.
Super.
Excellent. Yes.
At Black Hat 2 years ago, there was a proposed header for CSRF mitigation. I think it was being driven by all the people. Have you heard anything about that or know anything about that?
The comment, just so everybody can hear, is that a couple years ago at Black Hat, there was some talk about having a header that would be used for, proposed header, to be used for CSRF protection. CSRF is actually what we're going to talk about in the very next section here. I actually have not heard that, other than to hear that I think the CSP 2.0, Content Security Policy 2.0 specification is looking to add a lot more protections. And I believe from my initial scan through one of the early versions, CSRF was mentioned in there. But yeah, don't exactly quote me on that. I got to go back and read the later versions of that draft specification. All right, anybody else before we move on? So that brings us to perfect segue here. Thank you very much. Cross-site request forgery, CSRF. Now, I'm sure many of you, excuse me, are already familiar with CSRF. CSRF allows an attacker to force you, the victim, to send a forged request under the covers to an application, right, thereby executing some functionality without your knowledge, right, and executing that functionality usually has some nice side effect, nice benefit for the attacker himself. Now, that's a little bit verbose. So let's walk through real quick the classic example. Let's say in the upper right-hand corner in step number 1, you're doing some online banking. You're going to mybank.com, paying some bills, transferring some funds, buying some stocks, selling some stocks, whatever it may be. You go to mybank.com, you do all of your stuff. You decide that you're done, right? So then you say, oh, I'm going to go to a different site, but you don't sign off of mybank.com. Just because a lot of people, they don't sign off of sites when they're done with them, right? They leave that browser window open, go to a different site. In this case, you decide that you want to go in step number 2 on the left to attacker.com. Now, it's not really going to be called attacker.com. I just put that up there to make it explicit. That's going to be some attacker-controlled or attacker-compromised, like mariasharapova.com or something like that. So you unwittingly go to mariasharapova.com, and unbeknownst to you, the site is controlled by an attacker. And in step number 3, they've already included some evil CSRF code on that website. And in step number 3, that evil CSRF code, this might be a little bit hard to see, I'm going to zoom in a little bit, is some basic HTML code. And you can see in this example, this HTML form, all it does is it posts, right, the action posts to transfer.jsp saying that I should transfer $1,000 from your account to my attacker-controlled account. So once you visit the site, this evil HTML, right, comes to your browser in the middle, right, your computer in the middle here. Your browser sees that, and it says, oh, well, this form is auto-posting. Let me go ahead and do what the HTML is telling me to do. The browser will automatically send the request in step number 4 up to mybank.com. Right, and your browser also sends your session cookie. mybank.com sees that you're still signed on, and it goes ahead and processes this request to transfer $1,000 from you to me. All right, so that was a quick recap of cross-site request forgery. Transferring money, right, getting you to execute a forged request under the covers. All right, yes, comment, question?
Does this vulnerability exist if you are in separate tabs?
The question is, does this vulnerability exist if you are in separate tabs? Let me go back to some ancient history real quick here. So related to that question, IE6, right, and unfortunately lots of companies especially still use IE6. IE6, it used to be, and I might be remembering this in the reverse order, but if you opened up an IE6 window and you did Control-N, right, it would create it in the same IE session. So those would be shared. So in either window, it would still potentially work. If you'd opened it up with the IE6 icon, you would create a separate instance of IE. So this wouldn't work between those two different instances. Now, circling back to your question about tabs, that's one thing that I haven't tested. I know different browsers behave differently. If you've got privacy mode on or privacy mode off, each tab is sandboxed and so on. So in some cases, it still may work in a separate tab. In other cases, with privacy mode, again, I haven't tested this, so I can't say definitively. I don't think it'll work in certain cases, especially with privacy mode on. But we need to test that. Good question. Anything else? All right, so, yes? The question is, in going back to content security policy, away from this, can content security policy detect base64 encoded text in your HTML and see if there's an attack in there? No, it doesn't do that. It's not that sophisticated. All right, so cross-site request forgery here. Now, this then brings us to the next OWASP project that I want to talk about. It's called OWASP One-Liner. And OWASP One-Liner isn't a tool that you necessarily use to defend your application. This is a deliberately vulnerable application intended for demos and training, written by John Wilander, based out of Sweden. And this is a very cool application, in my opinion. It's kind of Twitter-like in a sense. It's got a UI where you can have, it's a messaging app where you can have a number of different people on your friends list, your followers, if you will, and you can send messages back and forth to each other like you do with Twitter. And so based on that vulnerable application, let's go ahead and take a look at a quick demo. Right? JSON, in this particular case, using CSRF to exploit JSON formatted messages that the browser might be sending in our Web 2.0 applications back up to the server. So if I switch again back to the VM, going back to Firefox here, again my home page, the first line I'm going to go ahead and click, the link I'm going to click is the link to One-Liner. Go ahead and confirm my SSL warning because I've just got self-signed SSL certificates in my test environment here. And this is pretty small for you guys. I'm going to go ahead and make this bigger. All right, so you can see we've already got some messages, and we've got our list of friends, our followers over here on the right-hand side. And we can all send different messages to each other. So in the upper right-hand corner, right, in our One-Liner application, you can see I'm logged in as John already. And I'm just going to go ahead and say, hello, OWASP, and say something like, I love Java, right? Of course, who doesn't love Java, right? And so these are the different messages that I'm going to go ahead and send to all of my friends. But what we can go ahead and do, and under the covers, right, this application is creating JSON formatted messages, sending it up to the server so that it could be pushed back out to the app so that other people can see these messages. So I'm going to go ahead and open up a separate browser window here and put them side by side. And I will make this a little bit bigger for you guys in a moment. If I can go ahead and find the right thing here. All right, and the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to simulate going to attacker.com. Simulate going to our hacked mariasharapova.com. And to do that, I'm just going to go ahead and click this link right here. So you might be surfing the web, you might be on Reddit, and say, hey guys, go ahead and click this link to see this amusing image of dancing pigs. So we go ahead and click this link, but I want you to keep your eyes on the left-hand side after this pig stops dancing. And you can see that a message on the left-hand side automatically appeared. And this message says, hey, I actually hate Java, right? And you guys probably know me. I would never say something like that. And under the covers, what happened is you saw these dancing pigs, but as we saw on the slide, there was an HTML form that auto-submitted that sent a request back up to the One-Liner application that we saw in the background browser here, and forced me, the victim, to send another message to all of my followers using cross-site request forgery. All right, so if I go back to the slides here, how did this actually work? Well, under the covers, the one-liner application is using this exact formatted JSON message. And this JSON message in particular, right, the valid one would say something like, I love Java, but the evil one actually looks like this, with that message that says, I hate Java, and there's something peculiar at the end of it. It's got the / equals dummy, right? And that // as we know from code, that's a comment, right? So it comments out everything else that comes after it. Now, how was this actually crafted in terms of the HTML that was included on that Dancing Pigs page that we saw? And this is where it was, John did something a little bit clever. This is just to point out that he set the encoding type text.plain, the style visibility equals hidden, because we didn't see the HTML form in the Dancing Pigs page. We've got the evil message here, I hate Java, but you can see that the JSON here is included in the name attribute of this form. It's usually not where you include some data. That's usually just where you have the name of the form field itself. So the JSON is included in the name, and the value is dummy here, right? And at the very end of the name value, you can see, I don't know if you can see the red highlighting there in the back, but that's where the // is, because when the browser automatically concatenates these name and value fields, right, name equals value, and sends it back up, right, it's commenting out everything else after the actual value field itself. And this is how, in the one-liner application, right, we've got the JSON, JavaScript Object Notation, CSRF attack actually crafted. Pretty cool, right? And this, of course, results in the forged JSON message that we saw earlier. So how do we prevent this from actually occurring? This is where we get to our last OWASP tool that we're going to be talking about today, is CSRF guard. Who has used or who is familiar with CSRF guard? OK, not too many people. Maybe I only saw a handful of hands go up there. Now, real quick, before we talk about CSRF guard specifically, how do we protect against CSRF? Right, we got these forge requests potentially going back and forth under the covers. Very beautiful summary. For those of you that didn't hear, hidden one-time use token in your page. Right? You have to include something in the request that the attacker doesn't know. By including something in the request the attacker doesn't know, he doesn't know what that hidden one-time value is, and he can't include it in attacker.com for the attack to be successful. So that's exactly what CSRF guard, written by Eric Sheridan, does. It allows you to inject this anti-CSRF token, this hidden one-time token, into your applications, into your pages, using two different approaches. The first approach, you can do it manually. There's a JSP tag that you can use, different JSP tags that you can use. Second approach is using some automatic DOM manipulation. Let's go ahead and look at these things one at a time. So in terms of the manual JSP tags that you can directly put into your HTML, right, there's some example forms here. There's an example form here in the lower right-hand corner, in the middle here, excuse me. Right, these are some examples of the CSRF guard tags, allowing you to pull down a token name that's generated by CSRF guard, as well as a token value, that one-time field generated by the API. If you want a convenience method, a convenience tag, you can also use the CSRF token tag, as well as the form and anchor tags down here at the bottom that will automatically generate forms and links for you with the CSRF token embedded in it. So once the user clicks that form, that hidden form field with this long random value is going to get sent back up to the server. CSRF guard on the server side is implemented as a filter. The filter captures it. We'll compare that value of that filter to what it generated, stored on the server side. And then if they don't match, well, it's going to stop the request from being processed, preventing the $1,000 from being transferred from you to me. Right? The second approach, and this is really cool, is the automatic protection, automatic DOM manipulation. Now, to use this, all you have to do is include the JavaScript that we see at the top, the JavaScript servlet, into any page that you want to be protected by this automatic protection. And under the covers, if you look at the JavaScript from that JavaScript servlet, it's a clever approach here. The JavaScript, right, is used. There's some new JavaScript in there that specifically hooks the open and send methods that's used by the XML HTTP request, the XHR object that's at the heart of AJAX, right, to create these dynamic applications. And it overloads those two different methods. The first one, here you can see in the middle, is it overloads the open method to store the specific URL. And then the send method is overloaded to modify the onSend method, the send method itself, to add this call to onSend. And if we look at the call to onSend here on the next slide, you can see that this is where the token value is being automatically included by the JavaScript on the page, specifically adding the xRequestedWith header and the CSRF token header in the request. And so this is what's automatically sending it back up to the server for our automatic protection. Anybody use this approach with CSRF guard? Those of you that raise their hands? All right, very cool. One person. All right, so that brings us to the demo then. So switching back to the VM, what we want to do is go back to one-liner. This is a slightly different version. Once we get to one-liner here, you can see in the upper right-hand corner, we are no longer logged in as John. We're logged in as the June user. And let's go ahead and send a message to show that it actually works. But now what I want to do is over here, back in the attacker site, I'm going to simulate you going to the attacker-controlled site by clicking, again, the Dancing Pigs link down here at the very bottom. Once we go ahead and click that, once it's done, you can see that, hey, now CSRF guard, because we properly configured it as we said on the slides, it thwarted this potential CSRF attack because the Dancing Pig site didn't have the right CSRF token in it. And in the background, we can see that the attack message actually didn't get sent. So if we go ahead and take a look at what actually happened over here in zattack proxy, scrolling down, if I can go ahead and find the right one. All right, you can see, I think, right here. Well, point being, there's so many that happen because under the covers, the application keeps on refreshing, so there's a lot of different requests that get sent. But the point being is, when you go to the Dancing Pig site, and it tries to send that CSRF request using that form that we saw, it's going to go ahead instead, CSRF guard detects this, and it's going to go ahead and say, hey, that's not valid. I'm going to, instead of processing the request normally, I'm going to redirect you to the CSRF error page right here. And that's the page that we saw on the site. Yes?
So two questions. How does CSRF guard report when there's an exception? Like how easy is that to trap and do different actions other than maybe redirect on? And also, could you show the valid use of the application that had CSRF guard enabled so you can see the token being applied correctly?
There was like 3 or 4 different questions in there. So the question is, one question was, how configurable is CSRF guard and how can you tell it to do different things? It's extremely configurable. There are 2 different configuration files that come with CSRF guard that let you kind of configure the installation itself. And then another file or another part of the file that lets you configure the different ways that it should behave. So should you generate 1 token per session? Should you generate 1 token per page? What is the characteristics of the token value itself? What should you do? Where should you redirect to? And all of those things. So yeah, very, very configurable. The second bigger question I think I heard was, you wanted me to show, what was it?
So in your demo, you just quickly showed that the function of one-click application was working with CSRF guard. Can you show your request just to see how CSRF guard appended the token to that request when you typed in the example for June saying hello or what have you?
Oh, yes, OK. So the question is, can we show some details of what gets included in the request itself? And yes, let me go ahead and try to find it here. And as I mentioned, as the one-liner application is open in the browser, it keeps polling the server for different things and sending different messages to the server, which is why we see so many different requests here. So it's going to take me just one moment to find that. And actually, it might be better actually because it might take me a while to find it. It is here, but maybe I can show that offline. Let me go ahead. Good point. Good point.
Isn't it ultimately triggered on the get? Because the retrieve will be just as bad as a push, right?
Let me get to that in 1 second here. Let's go ahead and finish up this first one. Go ahead and send another request. You can see this one down here, I believe, at the bottom is what we sent. Show it here and there.
We build a unit test security to run at every single box, assuming there's SQL injection at every single, and we activate our logging and detection. And this is where the the client actually starts seeing some value. For all of this work that they put in for re-architecting their database structure, we now have a way of dealing with an attacker and detecting them. And of course, yeah, there we are. And then once we actually do detect that the attacker is hitting our data API, now we can start responding. We can start sending it up to the POS system. Hey, this user, this traffic, this IP, this information. We can start alerting the other systems around us and taking responses. So and that's where we start actually seeing from SQL, we can respond. We can start encouraging the user to start going to SOAP and Rust and building in defensible architecture all the way up the chain. We can start adding encryption from the POS system down into the data API. And one thing to point out is that when you're talking from the web server to the data API, I usually find that when you start encrypting it, that it causes so much is you're developing all of this and your logging needs to be absolute. When you have a data breach and your passwords are going out by the terabyte, you're going to need to provide the log. This could be the difference between you being fired and the blame being passed off to the network engineers. That your logging needs to be absolutely secure. We take the services down? How do we sync after the bridge is back up? And start considering and building these back in. And this is where, at a high level, this is what you can talk about your C-levels with, or your project managers with. You can start talking about, I want the web servers to be up when this bridge is destroyed. And we can start talking about developer response systems. Security user stories, security unit tests, and security response stories. And this is what I'm here to go all the way from, I have a client, I traumatized them, I understood their network, I proposed a little bit of re-architecture, and this is the core of everything that I'm trying to propagate. That when you have security user stories, you now have developers
That's a comment, right? So it comments out everything else that comes after it. Now, how was this actually crafted in terms of the HTML that was included on that Dancing Pigs page that we
Okay, we'll get started about another minute. I'm just going to wait, make sure if anybody else shows up.
We went camping last weekend up in Vermont, and it was 38 degrees in the morning, chilly and rainy. But the week before, it was in the mid-80s, and we were swimming in a lake in Maine. So, yeah, it's the contrast. You got to see the same things.
Oh.
Excellent. We got our two more. We flew in. Yeah.
All right. All right, welcome back, you guys, from lunch. Glad to see you here. I get to introduce a couple of speakers from MITRE Corporation. Right. So this is Gavin Black and Greg Ganley, and they focus on doing research and development for iOS and other mobile security stuff. So it sounds like they have a very interesting talk for us on iOS app integrity got any. So here's Gavin and Greg.
Thank you very much. All right, great. Once again, my name is Greg Ganley, and this is Gavin Black, and we're out from Boston, Mass, the Boston, Mass area. We're here to we work for the MITRE Corporation. We're mobile security researchers on a project called IMAS. So, a quick background on what IMAS is. Essentially, IMAS is an iOS application defense. If we had a short elevator ride, that's what I tell you. If the elevator ride was a little bit longer, it's we're researching iOS security and we're providing an open source framework to really reduce vulnerability and information loss. That's kind of the takeaway. And this research is actually it's paid for internally by MITRE. MITRE has an internal research program, and folks kind of bid for this. And this is our third year getting funding for this project. So our open source activities has really helped keep this funded. So the research we're doing is each year we're kind of getting deeper and deeper into iOS security, and so that's what we'll talk to you a little bit about. So just to give a quick background on hacking and jailbreaking iOS. You know, attacks and weaknesses are well documented. You know, if you go out up on Amazon, there's several books available. You Google around, you'll find these free PDFs to download. There's the latest jailbreak by Pangu. So if you had, you know, iOS 7.1 to 7.1x, one can easily jailbreak these devices, and you know, that's the whole notion of patching it and getting root access and disabling key security. Once one has a device that's been jailbroken, you can easily install a brute force application. And this was a slide that Dino Dassovi put up a few years ago at Black Hat. It just talks about the times for cracking these passwords. Now recall in iOS, they actually keep the portions of the passcode or the key to unlock things inside the device itself. And so you can't just grab the key bag and put it up to Amazon and try to run a bunch of parallel processes. You have to use the device. So anyways, short passcodes are relatively easy to crack. And once you have that passcode, that essentially is the key to unlock everything, many of the security features that Apple provides. So we put together this slide back in March, and it just talks about kind of the recent security issues back in March. But the point is that there's just a flow of vulnerabilities that are being exposed and that Apple is patching. If we were to spend, you know, a day or so, you know, just last week putting together, we could easily have found more that happened over the summer. The point is that there is, you know, 0 days, there's latent vulnerabilities and just bugs built into iOS, and folks find them. And so security is still important. This particular disclosure by John Jartsky just last month, a few months ago, July 18th. He was at the HopeX conference, and he disclosed that, you know, iOS 7 and iOS 8 beta had you know, kind of a serious vulnerability where essentially it's some diagnostic software that was Apple provides that one could go in and extract large portions of the disk and extract sensitive data. There's actually a network sniffer that's running on iOS devices as well. Apple responded to him and said that these are you know, diagnostic based facilities. We're keeping them. But just last night, iOS 8 came out, and along with that, in the Washington Post, Apple will no longer unlock most iPhones or iPads for police, even with search warrants. And the thought was that diagnostic tools were tied to were basically the means by which they accessed this information. So in iOS 8, they've actually closed down some significant those particular backdoors pretty significantly. At least that's what they said. So, so to just kind of wrap it up, if you look at iOS today, a standard native app has several vulnerabilities around it. It's the 4-digit passcode, RAM and debugger, jailbreak root access, user authorization, access to the disk itself. So all these areas are vulnerable. So introducing IMAS. So our research idea is a secure application framework where we target the native iOS app. We surround it with essentially software libraries, security controls that serve to take controls or security beyond what Apple provides to really reduce that iOS attack surface. And these are vetted controls. We've had them third-party vetted outside of MITRE to make sure that we're doing the right things. And then we've created an open source community. It's up on GitHub today. And so just to give you a sense, where we sit in the iOS stack, if you look, all the boxes in gray, generally most things in gray are owned by Apple and they're closed. It's unlike Android where most is open source. And so with the research area for Apple is really at the application level. And that's where IMAS sits, up at the App Sandbox, essentially really surrounding that native iOS app. So if we take a look at the app security trade space, it's my claim that the more security controls you add to an application, the more, the kind of higher the sensitive information level you can bring onto the device. And so, looking at iOS version 6 and version 7, they obviously have security controls in them, and as they've come out, they've added more and more security controls. If you add a mobile device management system or perhaps an app container, there's even more controls added. Well, IMAS goes beyond what's out there today, and as a result, we claim that we can operate in more, bring information that's more sensitive, to the point that perhaps HIPAA information and things like that can be brought and used inside of an IMAS bolstered application. We haven't looked deeply at iOS 8 particularly. That's coming up in the next couple of months. As you know, if you try to follow the betas change a lot. Just last night they disclosed that they're shutting down. They closed a major security gap. So we typically wait till the iOS 8 is out or the next version is out, and then we'll start researching it. So our security controls that we have out today, real quick, if this kind of contrasts the vulnerability to what controls we have, and I'm not going to talk about all of them on here, but the idea is that all the ones in green are the particular controls. An example would be passcode check. The thought is that Apple today does not provide an interface or an API that says that tells the developer, has the user set their passcode, and if so, is it a complex passcode? You just can't get that question answered. So passcode check is a solution to help the developer programmatically answer that. We also have a control called app password, which just basically allows the developer to put a passcode in front of an app specific to that app. And it's if you go on to GitHub and you look around, there's several that are out there. This particular one is securing the keys properly and all that kind of stuff. So it's just a little more deeply vetted. The other control that we'll talk about is encrypted core data. That's one where we've taken the database SQLite and we've added security controls to it. And then just jumping over on the app tampering side, we have forced inlining, where we have the notion where we've played with the compiler enough that we have a set of instructions that allow you to actually force the compiler to copy code. So compilers are always trying to optimize code and reduce the copies. With security, we want to copy code and make it difficult so that hackers have to patch many more places. So that's what forced inlining does. So let me just keep going here in the interest of time. So if you look at our controls, most of them you can wrap with your app and deploy on the Apple App Store. but a few are specific to the enterprise app store only, and that's just because the particular techniques we're using, and that's really what we're targeting. Part of it is we want to basically facilitate enterprises to deploy custom applications in a secure way, and so we have, like, up on GitHub, we have 13 controls. We have them all listed here, and you can see there's a whole host of folks that have, developers that have starred them and forked them. We have about 470 some odd developers over the last 18 months that have starred, that have shown interest by starring these, and I think we have about 100 or so that have forked the code. So that means they're actively making copies of it, and some of them, a lot of them are contributing back. If you look at the IMaaS use scenarios, when we started off, we focused on the native app and the idea that, hey, you're an enterprise, you're building an enterprise app, native app, you need more security, download our source code and make use of it. But we've also, along the way, we've come up with the other scenarios where the scenario where an enterprise is just using the iOS device for email and calendaring and with no apps at all. So what we have an app called, I should say a security control called Sentry app, where it allows, this works with an MDM solution, essentially has some of our key IMaaS controls in it that can download and place that on a enterprise device. The next one is the thin client app. That's the kind of the next stage that enterprises usually go through. The notion where they have email and calendaring, and then the users say, well, geez, I want to be able to do a small web app that I can reach back in and do my time card or something. We have controls for that as well. And then finally, the thick client. That's the native app. That's where the lion's share of our controls are useful. So at this time, I'm going to hand it off to Gavin, and he's going to talk more, do a deep dive about our technically get into and show you more about our controls. Gavin?
Great, thank you, Greg. So just kind of also to reiterate that a lot of this it's open source. I mean, we're identifying the vulnerabilities and then proposing more or less patches to them and then putting out like demos of how to patch it. Kind of the idea is to get kind of the community involved and kind of take these over. So again, we're not really pitching a particular solution, but we're just saying there are solutions. Maybe you should go think about them, especially if you're developing iOS apps. And with that said, kind of one of our more popular controls has been this encrypted core data. If any of you have actually worked with building iOS applications, you're probably familiar with core data. Apple pushes you very strongly if you want to do persistence, i.e. keep data between runs of an application. They push you to use this core data, and it's more or less an object model, and it lets you draw the entity relationships. It's a nice little framework, but under the hood, all they're actually doing is shoving everything in a SQLite database. And this SQLite database lives in your application sandbox. And so an attacker who has access to an unlocked phone or somehow gets past the trust chain, there's lots of tricks for getting into an app sandbox. If they get into your application sandbox, well, the data is just sitting there in plain text. If you run Unix strings on it, it just pops right out. Here we have a little hackneyed example, but there's real examples on the web, if you visit the page, of sensitive patient information that you might not want leaking out. At the time, we're working on a healthcare app. So yeah, there you can see that data is just there in the plain text. Anyone can get to it as long as they can get to the sandbox. And so what we've actually done is take the SQL Cypher open source project, another very popular project with a nice BSD license, and basically it shims on top of SQLite and encrypts data to and from disk. So now only your memory is vulnerable, and there's no way to actually get at the data in the database without the memory. And you can see down there, it ends up just being like random garbage if someone were to dump the sandbox. And the other really nice thing about encrypted core data, and why I think it's really kind of taken off, we have a lot, actually probably more external people from MITRE actually contributing in than internal at this point. So it shows that there's kind of a need for it. And what we've actually done is use NS incremental store, if anyone's actually played with that. Long story short, whenever you set up core data, there's a persistent store coordinator. You can swap it out with whatever you want. We've pretty much had to re-implement our own from scratch, but the nice thing is at the end of the day, you replace half a line of the boilerplate that Apple generates, and now everything's encrypted. You don't even have to think about it. And again, we're just we're talking kind of about the building blocks of making something secure. And with that said, a lot of these controls kind of play together depending on how paranoid you are, which you should be if you're worried about security. So down there we have encrypted core data, but encrypted core data, you obviously have to have a password when you're talking encryption. You have to have some sort of nonce that has to be protected. And with that said, we have the app password. So again, this is just like a password unlock screen, fully configurable, but it's for an individual application and not the device. So if you have a sensitive app, and we actually have customers doing like banking who care about their app much more than they care about the full device. You put the app password on there. We provide a version of the Apple keychain, which again, the Apple keychain is vulnerable if the device is unlocked or the trust chain is broken. You put in app password, it decrypts the keychain, which acts just like Apple's, except for encrypted, at which point, if you're really paranoid, you can actually start protecting regions of memory, which I'll talk about a little more later, again, just to further reduce that attack vulnerability. So what we've done on like healthcare projects is put it in memory, and wipe it pretty much whenever we're not using the SQL cipher key under the hood. That's just a C struct. And then that all filters back into core data. But again, I mean, this can be just as simple as hooking a passcode right to core data, but you can get as fancy as you want. So another cool piece of research I thought was interesting was we've been working with UC Irvine. They have more or less, they've been changing the LLVM and Clang to more or less support multi-compiler. And what that means is, I'm sure you're aware, when you compile a program, at some point there's assembly and it gets put out into raw binary. We'll just focus kind of on the assembly. Whenever you compile a program, if the code has not changed, the assembly doesn't change and the underlying binary doesn't change. And so if an attacker has that binary, they can do static attacks. They can pull it up in IDA Pro or Hopper and start patching it, put no-op sleds over your checks, all sorts of nastiness. So kind of with that said, what can you do? Well, if you're an enterprise, maybe you'd want each app to actually have a different binary. And that's what their research focuses on. How, when you compile, can you have it make a completely different binary? So now an attacker has to patch each individual instance. So we see over there, some of their tricks are put no-ops just kind of randomly throughout the assembly instructions, so that changes where the instructions actually are in memory. So now an attacker, and there is ASLR already on the iOS device, but this goes a little bit further and a little finer granularity. And also kind of hand-waving over this, but they changed the instruction scheduler, and that's kind of like affecting how the optimization works. And what's cool about that is you end up with different registers and you end up with different instruction order. So now that's very, very hard for an attacker to say, okay, I've patched this one app, this patch will not apply to another one. And so what we've actually done with IMAS is, so they had done this for LLVM and Clang, but as far as we know, we're the only ones who have actually tested this for iOS apps. And we've built CocoaPods, if you're familiar with those, and scripts, if you don't want to use those, that will modify your Xcode project to work with their multi-compiler, because it is a full version of Clang that has to be compiled. And kind of, again, the golden source of the best we can hope for is that this actually happens for each individual app, and that's kind of what they're working at. Each individual deploy changes at runtime. So that's kind of what they're working towards, but that's kind of on the horizon. So right now, you can just change it each time it compiles. So, as Greg kind of mentioned earlier, every iOS application is its own sandbox. You can't see other applications, and there's no equivalent of proc on iOS, even if you jailbreak it. So basically, you're stuck in your own little world, and there's no way to see outside of it. But that's, of course, not true, as we see with all the attacks. And actually, what we've done is, if you're familiar with syscontrol, it's a standard BSD Linux command that will actually ping the kernel, let you set kernel parameters, or actually get data back. The getting data back actually works pretty well on a lot of iOS stuff. So we actually had to remake syscontrol in raw assembly and compile the .s for each individual architecture. But at the end of the day, we get the ability to look at individual processes, all processes actually running on the device. So if you're running Dropbox, your app can see that Dropbox is running, it's been running as this user, it started at this time, and this is its process ID. You can pretty much get the same information you get with PS. And you can also actually get what network calls are out there. So again, if they bring up Safari and go to Facebook, we can capture that. And there are actually apps on the App Store that let you do this. We're just providing, again, the raw code that lets you kind of hook in that into your own app if that's something you're worried about. If you don't want your users bringing up Dropbox while they're using your enterprise app. We also provide a little bit of whitelist and blacklist capabilities, just a way to say, look for the word Dropbox or look for the word Facebook in the process list or network list, and then do something like phone home to your MDM solution or cut off access to whatever they're doing. So memory security, I touched on this a little earlier. The idea is, no matter how secure your data at rest is, at some point, the data that you're worried about is in memory and is decrypted. So how can you limit that attack exposure? And so what this does is it provides you a way to wipe it, it provides you a way to checksum it, and kind of the idea with the little flowchart is you just track objects you care about, and it's smart enough to go through, figure out the references, change them all to C pointers, figure out how big the memory regions are, kind of does all the hard work for you as much as it can. And then at that point, you can checksum it if you're worried it's getting changed, or you can wipe it whenever you're done with a key, whatever you really want to do. And kind of one weird caveat with this that we found that was interesting is the fact that whenever you use something like storyboards, they actually copy all the data and they don't pass by reference. So meaning once you've sent it over to the Apple libraries, you're kind of just game over with control over memory. So. And again, this protects from kind of an advanced attacker who has either got through something like security check and has attached a debugger, or does can read the raw memory physically, or can dump the memory. So again, this is kind of that extra level of paranoia if you're worried. So file shredding, it's kind of the last one. So if you've been on Unix and Linux long enough, you're probably familiar with the shred command, and this is really just providing it for iOS devices. If you're not familiar with the shred command, know that whenever you delete a file in Unix, Windows, pretty much any operating system, they mark the blocks of data as not in use anymore so that they can be overwritten at a later time. So they're still there if someone can dump the device. And on iOS, if you jailbreak the device, you can actually dump the raw character device and see things that have been deleted. So what shred does, and same with our shred, is it goes through and it writes over each individual byte, usually with random data, usually multiple times. And again, that way you're confident that the data is not recoverable by an attacker after you've deleted it. So again, same exact thing, works in your app sandbox. We've actually bundled it part of Secure Foundation up there. It's kind of weird. It's just where we keep a repository of cool tools that we end up using a lot. It does shred, file encryption, kind of all that sort of nice stuff we end up doing a lot when we're doing security work. And then kind of finally, a lot of our customers, when we go to them, it's like, okay, this is all great, but we don't want to build apps. We already bought apps. We already have them deployed through MDM solutions. What can you actually do for us then? So kind of the idea that we had was bundle up all these controls, put them together, fork them off in the background process, unbeknownst hopefully to the user, and then tie it in more or less to an MDM solution. Kind of almost like a virus checker, but not a virus checker. It's just kind of monitoring the state of the threats and how the system is. So if a jailbreak was detected or a debugger is detected, it can go back to the MDM solution and they can lock the device. Or if you're very paranoid, you can hook up an SSO solution and do that sort of thing. So again, just a way that you can actually leverage this stuff without actually having to recompile it into your apps. And with that, I will turn it back to Greg.
Great, thanks very much, Gavin. Okay, so now getting into app integrity and looking at the whole notion of binary at rest security. So we kind of surveyed the research that's been out there over the last 10 years or so, and there was these folks back in 2003 who did this tool called Shiva, where they actually changed the structure of binaries inside of the ELF format, and then of course a year later there was a reverse engineer of that, and then folks in Belgium, the University of Louvain, they also had a really interesting paper on the whole idea of protecting binaries. So our focus for IMAS encrypted code modules, that's ECM, is on mobile dynamic libraries. That's what we're focused on. So the idea is that I've been to many of these conferences, and often in the audience, and folks are talking about different ways that they statically attack the apps. And so what we've explored is the idea of how do you really reduce that vulnerability. So if you just look at a static attack, the goals are privacy, reverse engineering. There's a bunch of free tools on the market to actually copy files and executables. Particularly, this Explorer can easily, non-jailbroken devices can copy the whole executable over to your laptop, and one can then start digging into it. Obviously the attacker analyzes it, looks for vulnerabilities, and then tries to patch it and sidestep security. Just to put this through a few steps of the actual process. IDA Pro is a tool that attackers would use. It's fairly expensive, but once you have it, even iOS apps can be decompiled back to C code, where you can really map out how the algorithms work, and again try to sidestep that security. If you look online, there's several code injection and kind of binary patching techniques out there. John Jartsky has a blog that talks about it. These guys at AppLydium have a blog or a whole site that talks to that. And it's just different techniques to basically get in there and nullify and exfiltrate data. The folks at IBM Arcsan have a great slide that talks about the consequence of a static attack, and it really goes through all the different reasons of why static attacks are bad, and brand and trust damage, reverse revenue loss, privacy, unauthorized access, and fraud. So that's the whole idea around these cracked apps, and there's a cracked apps app store and copying apps, and so it can be pretty damaging. So we've come up with this research called encrypted code modules, and the idea is that we want to isolate sensitive algorithms inside of a dynamic library. And then at compile time, you encrypt that dynamic library and bundle it in with your application. Now, this is not available. You deploy this, it's not available for the Apple App Store, you deploy it in your enterprise app store, because fundamentally Apple does not allow dynamic libraries to be bundled with apps that are going into the App Store. So when you run the app, you would then decrypt the dynamic library on the fly, and then you can start to execute that code. And so the notion is that if the attacker actually got the app, there would be several chunks of code that would just be ciphertext that IDA Pro would know what to do with. So here's kind of that process spelled out in graphical form. Starting on the left side, a sensitive algorithm. Perhaps it's this notion of app integrity. So I have an app integrity checker that is a sensitive algorithm, and when it compiles, it compiles into a plain text dynamic library. We've created a tool called ECM Dynamic Library Builder, where you pass in your plain text dynamic library, you pass in your key, and it'll actually then encrypt the dynamic library, and which then gives you a ciphertext file that you would then you bundle that in with your inside your app itself. So just to talk about in more detail, if you look at the concept here, we're using Xcode, and so Xcode for iOS does not let you actually build dynamic libraries. So there's a few hacks on the web where you have to read and change a couple ofplists in Xcode to allow this to happen. And so anyways, then you're able to actually build a dynamic library for iOS. Again, you pass it through this dynamic lib builder tool we have, and you create the ciphertext. Once the ciphertext is, or your dynamic library is bundled into Xcode, into the app itself, you see that it's locked. And so the idea is that on first install, the user would type in this special ECM app key along with the passcode for the app. So that app key would be stored encrypted on the device with the app. And so so anytime thereafter when you log in, you would put in your app password, which then unlocks the app key, which allows you to decrypt your dynamic library. And then you can basically have that critical functionality unlocked. So again, just to emphasize, at rest is what the app would look like there, where the key is secure, the dynamic library is locked, and the attacker would just have, again, chunks of ciphertext in there. So kind of jumping over to app integrities, let's take this technology, this thought, and take it to a level that's more useful, and that's well, let's validate not only let's protect my app at rest, but let's also validate that my app hasn't been patched. And so you know, that's the whole idea. You know, it's obviously I've just talked about, but static apps, static attacks are very common. You know, app integrity is critical to kind of thwarting these techniques, and implementing app integrity is really difficult. The cryptographic hash functions themselves can be used to verify apps. Essentially, they're a checksum, and you know, the security difficulties you deal with is, you know, the whole known good values of checksums can be tampered with. Reading the file, that act can be tampered with. Calculating the checksum, all the steps of a checksum can be tampered with. So. Here's kind of the details of our app integrity on iOS. So there's a lot on this slide. So let's start with the little numbers. There's 3 steps essentially. On the left side is an Xcode project called ECM App Integrity Check. This is up on GitHub, and so one can that's where the dynamic library sits, and in there is the actual app integrity checking mechanism, the algorithm, and then it has a place for the known good checksum itself and file size. So that gets compiled into this dynamic library, and then you take that and you go into step 2. Is on the right. You have your app itself that is ready to take on this dynamic app. And so with the app, we have special build process inside of Xcode that calls out to this dynamic live builder, step 3, and that's the part that bundles it, puts the key together, and actually encrypts the dynamic library, and then bundles it with the app, re-signs the app so it'll deploy properly. So I mean, there's a couple steps to it. It's 3 different Xcode projects. The one in the middle you don't have to deal with. When you have kind of your app, kind of your sensitive algorithm set, you're really kind of iterating like any typical app development on this project on the right, the demo app itself. So at this point, you have an app that now has its checksum algorithm encrypted in there. Its app integrity algorithm encrypted and secure. And now at this point, if the attacker attempts to try to get at it, it's very difficult because it's just all ciphertext. So what we're doing here is we're forcing the attacker away from the static forensics and really push him more into that dynamic forensics, which is just a different skill set. It's a harder job. And part of what we're doing with security here is we're slowing the attacker, hopefully frustrating them, hopefully getting them to move on. But so then once the app starts up, we unlock the app and ultimately the dynamic library. The decoder, which essentially just decrypts it given that the app key is there. We read the file into memory using DLOpen, which is standard Unix, Linux kind of libraries. We load the symbol table using DLSym, and then at that point we actually shred the file using the file shred technique that Gavin was talking about. And then at that point we can actually jump to that code and start executing. And when the app integrity actually runs, we're going to read the app file size itself. We'll also read the whole entire file and calculate a SHA hash, and then compare that to the known good SHA hash and file size that we calculated at build time, and that's where this big comparison happens. So, is the known good file, does it equal the calculated file? And if it does, you can programmatically continue. If it doesn't, you can programmatically decide to exit the app, alert the user, degrade the functionality. The point is you have a programmatic check there that is secure enough to trust about app integrity. All right, great. So we're just in time for a demo now. And I'll bring up, we basically have a video to show.
Let me just drag this over. Oh yeah, it's just not playing. Yeah, you want to
start the app over?
Yeah.
You just command Q it.
Good.
Yeah, then retake it. Click.
Let's try this again.
What is that locked box?
Yeah, see
Yeah,
if you can get
give
it.
us a moment here. Just when you think playing a video is the simplest thing to do. So if we,
Maybe that full screen thing's killing it.
oh, that might be.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah,
We'll just,
just drag it over and pan left and right.
man, it's just this small. Ah. There we go. Sure, I can pause. So yeah, really quick on the, gosh, you know my right and left by now. On the left-hand side, we actually have the console for the raw device. So it's just spitting out what the device is saying in the log files. And then on the right, we actually have our little demo app. Carrying on. So it's entering a password. And this right now is the known, more or less good version of it. So they've logged in. We've just cleared the console real quick. And they're going to perform this app integrity check. And it's probably very hard to read up there what the logger's saying, but what it's actually done, you see the big success, obviously it worked. And so what it's done, and this is kind of the happy path of this, is it's taken that encrypted dilib, decrypted it using the nonce provided when they typed in their password, and then at that point, it's ran that app integrity algorithm, that's our sensitive algorithm in this case, which has in it the checksum and the size of the binary, the demo binary that's actually calling it. So over there, it's kind of hard to see, but you see two big matches where it's matched the size and the signature. So again, that's the good case. The binary hasn't changed. We gave it the right key. Everyone's happy. We verified that this hasn't been statically messed with and that the user's authorized to kind of run it. So now we'll kind of hit the bad scenarios. The first one's the simple bad scenario. You'll actually see a text box pop up just for our own testing. We put where we could put the key however we wanted. So in this case, we're going to put in a just garbage key because that is not the actual key we use for the demo. And then we go here, we see that it's failed. And so, yeah, big fail, and it's kind of a shorter logging here because what it's done is it's tried to decrypt the dynamic library with the wrong key and then DL open that just garbage file. And so whenever you try and DL open a garbage file, it's like, what is this? So it kind of crashes out in the back, we catch that, and then thus the giant fail. So that's the case where the user somehow tries to decrypt the library without the right key. And then the last scenario that'll come up here in a second is basically whenever, and this is the real one we kind of want to catch, is when the binary has been tampered with. So we've taken the exact same binary and we've patched it and patched in some extra code. And we'll see when we run it. Again, we're kind of using our debug version here, so it's taking 2 passwords. And our debug key was just key. This is actually the right key. So it's going to go through. It's going to run. We see another failure. Again, it's very hard to read the console log over there, but it's went through the decryption. Decryption's fine. Did the DL open? The library's up and in memory. Call the app integrity. The app integrity secure algorithm, sensitive algorithm runs, but at some point we see size mismatch and signature mismatch because the MD5 of the executable that called the dilib is actually different. So we know that the app has actually been tampered with, and at that point you can do whatever you want, bail out, phone home, yeah, kind of just whatever your use case needs. So yeah.
Can you just dump the memory once the data is loaded?
So yeah, that's a little harder to do than because that's how you crack an app usually. You load up the app into memory and then find the offsets and then dump that region of memory and patch it back in. So this is a lot harder to do. I didn't want to get into this, but it's for one thing, we corrupt the header, so it's hard to get back the dilib out of the encrypted version because once it's loaded with the header, you don't need it anymore. So that makes it a lot harder. And then actually when you load it, if you hook it up with GDB, you don't actually see the offset. It just looks like an anonymous region of memory. So if you dumped all of the app memory and scrubbed over it and caught it just at this time, because what it does is it loads it, checks the checksum, checks the size, unloads it, wipes everything. So you'd have to really, really catch it just at the right time and have the password to get in. I tried it myself just to feel good about presenting this, and I was stymied.
There's a lot of micro.
There's a lot of micro windows.
Two micro windows. And the other thing is security check.
Yeah, yeah. If you
with other IMAS controls.
Yeah, if you bundled it with another, yeah, we have like security check one that checks for GDB being hooked. So if you check then, it's very difficult. So with that, I'll pass it back off to Greg.
Yep. Thanks, Gavin. That's great. Yeah. So the idea is that you run this particular security control, like we did with encrypted core data, we bundle it with other IMAS security controls to really surround the app, so that it makes it difficult to attach a debugger or even jailbreak and all that kind of stuff. So let me finish up. We'll wrap it up with a few minutes left. So just kind of in closing, ECM and app integrity, the advantage of using the encrypted code module is really trying to protect against the static attacks. We want to force the attacker over into the dynamic attack scenario, which is just a more advanced skill set, and it's more difficult to do. And the main thrust is we're really protecting against that app tampering. And so with ECM in place, one can protect sensitive algorithms, you can protect intellectual property, you can kind of check some. You can check some themselves. Apps can check that they weren't patched, and then we kind of our next step is we want to bring in one or two of our security controls, like maybe can be dynamic library, then encrypted, and then then we got to thinking, well, down the road, why don't we try to put most of the app inside of the dynamic library? And so when the app is at rest, really there's like a stub that just runs the app, and which essentially decrypts the whole entire app. So we're continuing to experiment with it. ECM is up on GitHub. It's been up there for about a month or so. All the code is there to experiment with. Just in closing, we're obviously an OWASP project. We're up on the mobile tools tab. IMAS is listed there. We've also teamed up with iGoat. It's a collaboration effort just about a month or so ago, working with Ken Van Wyck and Jonathan Carter. And we're going to try to add IMAS security controls to several of their exercises. But basically, that's all we had. Any other questions? Great. Thanks everyone for your time. Really appreciate it.
Okay, it's 2 o'clock. I'm going to start. So hi, everyone. My name's Rick. I go by Rick. I go by Minga. I also go by Crack Me If You Can. I work for CoreLogic. So real quick, a little bit of background. I've been a pen tester since '99. I've been testing web apps since 2001. Back when you had to fill out a form, change your host field, hit submit, accept the SSL requirement, then go, and then change your host field again. So a little bit of background that actually is relevant. I run the password cracking contest at DEF CON called Crack Me If You Can. I also run my company's password recovery service. So literally my job is to crack passwords. Now we call it recover passwords, but it's cracking. So that kind of, and that's, but at the same time, I do web apps. I mean, I do 5 or 10 by hand manual web application assessments every year. Okay, so if you Google my name or Google Crack Me If You Can, there's tons of very specific talks I've given about password patterns and password cracking, et cetera, on YouTube from various conferences. It's a little bit of what we're going to talk about today, but what I'm talking about today is specifically for the OWASP crowd. Okay, so we're talking about password cracking, we're talking about password recovery, okay? This is what takes place after a site is compromised, okay? So I'm not talking about preventing brute forcing on your website. I'm talking about after it's been compromised, what happens next. Biggest example everyone in this room knows is LinkedIn. So what we're going to talk about is how to prevent end users from shooting themselves in the foot, okay? And the way we're going to do that is we're going to laugh at them, okay? So obviously the big example, like I said, is LinkedIn. LinkedIn's randomly on a Rustin message board, a whole bunch of password hashes were posted. Me and a few friends got together, looked at it, and said, hey, these are obviously from LinkedIn. We then alerted certain people who then alerted certain people, and then it got out to the rest of you, okay? So right now, it's about 97% cracked, okay? So if you had a LinkedIn account a year and a half ago, there's a 97% chance that your password is in the wild, okay? And not you all. You all are cool. Surely that wouldn't be you. But everyone else, 97% cracked, okay? So in general, users use simple passwords, they use predictable passwords, and they have no clue at all what makes a password strong. Okay, that's fine. Well, we're the security weenies. It's our job to help them, right? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make an application secure. We're trying to protect our users. Okay, so the first real key point is that internet sites, and I'm talking about, random internet sites, they don't require password complexity. Okay, well, we know that, right? Random people on the internet, they don't know what a complex password is. They don't store passwords in a safe manner. And they're about a decade behind what enterprises are doing, okay? I've been a pen tester since '99, okay? And that means I break into Fortune 50, Fortune 500 companies, and I steal things. That's my job. And in the process of that, I crack passwords. And I can tell you, passwords from the internet, from sites that are compromised, are a decade behind enterprises when it comes to complexity. So we're going to say, okay, well, why is that? Well, so we know the passwords on the internet suck, right? Sorry. They do. We're not even going to talk about them. We're going to talk about what's going on in the enterprise world because I want the rest of the internet to finally catch up to what they're doing in the enterprise. So the enterprise, it's things like, it's got to be 8 characters. It's got to have certain character classes. And this is actually what OWASP recommends, and we're going to talk about that. It has to have an uppercase, it has to have a digit, it has to have a special, right? Okay? Well, enterprises also do password rotation. You got to rotate your password every 3 months. You got to rotate your password every 6 months. You can't reuse the same password. Okay? Enterprises they have better hash formats. Okay? Oh, I'm a Unix box. Well, that's DES out of box. Well, I'm going to replace that with this other algorithm, and bang. Okay? there's some other, these are like the current defenses, okay? Some other defenses are blacklisting certain passwords. So Twitter tried this with JavaScript, right? They sat there and had a list of 500 and said you couldn't use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as a password. Okay, so that's a defense. And obviously that's horrible, and et cetera, hour-long discussion here about why that's horrible. There's also JavaScript password meters, which is the thing you're starting to see now. You start typing in your password when you're creating a new Twitter account, and it rates you as you go. Okay, so that's another defense. These defenses have not changed, okay, in 5 or 10 years, okay? They're not. Now, more and more sites are starting to like mention complexity, and they're starting to mention, or they're starting to have password meters. But why don't they go whole hog? Why don't they just say, no, that password sucks, pick a better one? You know why they don't do that? Because they're scared of their customers. If I do that and my customer says, oh, I'm not going to use this site, I'm going to go to their competitors, they lose money, okay? These defenses haven't changed, they got to change. We need one that's designed to annoy password crackers like me. Okay, so you go along and OWASP has a recommendation. Okay, and first off, one of the recommendations is on password complexity. They come along and they say, okay, here's our formal recommendation. We're OWASP. We know what we're doing. It's got to be 8 characters or more. It's got to have 3 of the 4 character classes. We're going to talk about these character classes a lot. Upper, lower, special digit, ULSD. It's real important, okay? So that is OWASP's formal thing. Now here's a teaser. I'm going to say that sucks, okay? So bear with me. Okay, so let's talk about password cracking methods, because these have changed a lot. In the last year, they've changed a lot about what you're able to do. So everyone's like, oh, you've got a supercomputer and you do naive brute force. Okay, well, that's been around for 20 years. You've got word lists. Oh, I've got lists of every country, every first name, every last name. I've downloaded every version of Wikipedia in every language possible, et cetera, et cetera. That has not changed in 20 years. We've got mangling rules, which say, hey, take the first letter, capitalize it, and add a number at the end. Okay, well, those have been around for 10 plus years. In the last 5 years, the amount of people who can do these mangling rules has grown an insane amount. I mean, there are people giving talks now that you can look up on YouTube about generating these rules based on human behavior. Okay, this is not random. This is analyzing a set of data and saying, what are these humans doing to create passwords? And then making these rules that go and do it. Now there's other methods like Markov change, which is kind of like applying statistics to letter placement. So an A is going to be near an E, but an A is very rarely going to be near a Q. Kind of stuff like that. This stuff has not changed. There's all sorts of popular tools. John the Ripper's ones everyone knows, LawCrack, Insight Pro, Hashcat and OCL Hashcat is the latest ones. Hashcat, all the Hashcat varieties and the John ones are free, and they're amazing and they're fast. Okay, well there's newer methods. Okay, the password reuse. So I have a note to myself that says LinkedIn example. Okay, so LinkedIn occurs, we crack 97% of them. I keep them in a word list. I go on site to a pen test, right? We get a domain cached credential. So this is a cached credential from a workstation for a domain account. I go to crack it, and it cracks immediately. I'm like, sweet, because I'm going to go and try to use that on domain. That's what I do. I'm a bad guy. I look at it, and I'm like, how the heck did I crack this password? It's 11 characters. It appears to be random. How did I crack this? And I'm like, damn, I'm good. Well, as it turns out, the reason I cracked it was because I already had that plain text in one of my word lists. The word list I had it in was every cracked from LinkedIn. This was a domain administrator using their domain admin account. Their password was the same password that they had used on LinkedIn over 12 months beforehand. I got accused of cheating. And I'm like, you're mad at me. Everyone knows that LinkedIn was compromised. All my clients knew before all you all did, because I called them all. Okay? And, you know, so anyways, password reuse. That is huge, huge, huge. I don't care if your password's random. If it's random in 20 characters, if you've used it on another site and that site didn't hash properly, guess what? I know your password. Stop reusing your passwords. Rule generation on previous data, meaning I compromised a Fortune X size company. I can generate rules at a push of a button based on their previous cracks. So when I come through the next year, I can just use those same rules that are, I mean, they're statistically generated to crack this company's websites based upon the activity, the methodologies their users use to create passwords. Because we're talking about humans. Every human in this room has a password. When I force you to change it, the likelihood that you're going to use the same mathematical idea, like, oh, I'll put a 4 at the end, and this time I'll put a 5 at the end. Guess what? That's trivial. There's tools that do that automatically now, okay, at a push of a button. Okay, there's all sorts of like for the LinkedIn list, like it was so obvious because so many people use the word link, linked, and LinkedIn in the password. You know, having your password be LinkedIn password for LinkedIn and then having your eHarmony account password be eHarmony password isn't a great idea. Okay. That's not a theoretical example, that's a real example. Okay, so the last new methodology has to do with patterns, has to do with topologies. And this is what we're here to talk about, okay? This is what we should be defending against. This is how I break passwords. This is how I do password recovery, one of my methods. And I'm going to prove that to you, okay? All right, so let's get started. Let's build a password cracking machine. I got $2,000. You can buy 3 graphics cards that you can buy at Best Buy. You can put them in a machine with a beefy power supply, and bam, you can build a machine that can crack NTLM in 3.7 days. What's NTLM? It's what every single Windows machine uses ever and always will use. So if you've got a Windows password, in less than 4 days for $2,000, I can crack your password, guaranteed if it's 8 length. Okay, well, what about MD5? Okay, well, MD5's 8 days. What about SHA-1, which is what LinkedIn uses? 24 days. SHA-256, and then scrypt, which is what OWASP actually recommends. It would take 99 bagazillion years. That's why they recommend it. Okay, let's have a little quiz. How many sites on the internet and how many enterprises use scrypt to store their password hashes? None. Okay, so like I said, LinkedIn used SHA. They were obtained 6 months after the attack occurred. So as soon as you found out about it, it actually happened 6 months beforehand. That wasn't really publicized or put too much in the press. And to give an example of that machine that we built for $2,000, you know, I have the equivalent of about 10 or 15 of those. So when I actually do my job, so the whole idea of, oh, that takes 8 days, no, it takes a few hours for me, okay? So we talked about MD5, okay? So MD5, we said, oh, okay, well, it takes 8 days to brute force every single 8-character password, every one of them, right? So let's see, eHarmony was hacked, right? In case you didn't know that, eHarmony is totally hacked. All their password hashes were leaked. Last.fm, they were announced the same day, actually. Last.fm slipped in after eHarmony and said, oh yeah, we were compromised too. Shh. They both used raw MD5. So if you say, well, I had an 8-character password, had an upper, lower, special digit, I'm safe. Nope, 8 days for one little machine that cost $2,000. Okay, well, my point here is that look at 9-character and 10-character and 11-character. An 11-character password is going to take 17,000 years to crack, right? No. Well, yes, but no. I'm purposely leading you down a rabbit hole here, right? So I say the bottom, I say, okay, so 9-character passwords are safe, right? I mean, you won't crack them all for 750 days. So therefore, I've proven that 9 characters is good enough and 9 characters is good enough. I'm being facetious, okay? And I'll come back to that why. I'll come back to that in a little bit, but I want to take a quick diversion, okay? Some sites don't even hash their passwords. Plaintextoffenders.com is hilarious because there's sites where you do a password reminder and they send you your bloody password in an email, which, by the way, huge security violation. B, you're not even hashing them, okay? So we can have all the recommendations in the world, but if one of our recommendations is hash your password, you know, sites are still doing this. So this site goes and tries to offend them. Okay. So I briefly mentioned topologies, these patterns, right? I'm not going to go and brute force the entire password range. That's not what I'm going to do, okay? If I was going up against random data, maybe I would, but guess what? Passwords aren't random, except for the one, Unix admin in the back with the big gray beard. Yeah, his is random, okay? But no one else. Everyone's looking around like, seriously? Like, No, everyone else is a human, and humans have to remember things, okay? So we're going to talk about these patterns, these topologies, because this is one of the keys to how humans create passwords, okay? So for instance, look at Austin 1, exclamation point, that's my town, sports 9, question mark, hip hop. You see the 4 examples, right? Okay, well those are totally different. Those are totally different passwords. Those all have the exact same pattern. It's got an uppercase, it's got 6 lowercase, it's got a number and a special, right? Okay, so that's what we're talking about, U, L, and S, and D. So, do users in an environment, do they gravitate towards certain patterns, towards certain topologies? Okay? Yes, they do. I'm going to show them to you, and then I'm going to give them to you. I'm totally skipping ahead. So, why would I try to brute force the entire range? If I knew what patterns users went to, I'm just going to go after those. And I'll crack a disproportionate amount of passwords just based on these patterns, okay? So what we've done is that we come along and, like I said, I've been pen testing since 99, 2000, and I penetrate enterprise environments with password complexity requirements. So I've been collecting cracked passwords for longer than I want to know about, okay? Well, I've analyzed them and come up with the most popular patterns, okay? So we're talking about enterprise ones, right? Okay, so here's some data. Here's a Fortune 100, right? They have 263,000 NTLM hashes. That includes password histories, right? So we found about 7,000 topologies, patterns, right? I'm not talking about words and word choice and what numbers they use. I'm talking about the pattern of how they put it in there. Upper, lower, digit, right? Okay, so that's a lot of patterns, right? Well, here's the topmost 5. So 33,000 people, or 33,000 of the hashes, 12% of the people used this, ULLLLDD. So like Denver 14. It's 8 characters. It's got 3 of the 4 character classes, right? It's a safe password. All right, I feel like the ShamWow guy. All right. So the second one down is almost the same thing, but it's a 6-letter word. I'm sorry, it's a 7-letter word that they capitalize and put 2 numbers at the end. Okay, so you kind of get the feel here. Just looking at the examples, if nothing else. You say, hey, look at those top 5. The top 5 patterns crack 48% of the passwords in this enterprise. We're talking about half. We're talking about 5 patterns. If you take the first 100 patterns, it's 85% of the passwords are cracked. Using no word lists, using no rules, using no brute force, using no Markov chains, using no logic, except for there's these 100 patterns. Rick gave them to me. I'm going to hit enter, and guess what? I got 85% of your passwords cracked. Now, how long do you think that took to run those 100 jobs? About an hour or 2. So you I'm starting to introduce, okay, the problem. Here is a graph. And don't worry about reading the numbers. Just look at the pretty colors, okay? Notice how it goes to the left there. It really starts shooting up. Those are those common topologies. Okay? So what I'm going to come say here at the end is you see those topologies on the left that are super popular, super common? Let's chop them off. Let's say you can't use those. And what's going to happen? The people who are used to putting their passwords there, they're going to get distributed in these other ones. We're going to make the passwords more diverse. Okay, example 2, Fortune 500, 449,000 password hashes. That's big. okay? And that includes histories. Now, this place had 14,000 topologies, and you can see their most popular patterns over there are pretty similar to the previous example, upper, lower, lower, digit, digit. So the first one's like Denver 14. The second one's like Denver 14, exclamation point. The third example is kind of like three-letter word, 1, 2, 3, 4, exclamation point, okay? Now, but look at the percentages. The most popular pattern, what was the previous example? Does anyone remember what what the percentage was? 12%. What is it here? It's 4%. Which place do you think maybe has more diverse passwords? Okay? The top 5 gets 16%. The top 100 gets 62%. The other example was 85. Which one of these enterprises has better passwords? Example 2. Okay? Now it's just using one metric, but look at their graph. Does it have, on the far left, I mean, yeah, there's some that go up that are more popular or whatever. Do you think this place's passwords are more diverse or less diverse than example 1? They're more diverse because there's not gobs of people using the same one or the same sort of pattern. Okay. So we've analyzed all these topologies. And what we did was we got 8 enterprises, okay, that we were able to crack with 4,000 or more people, that we were able to crack more than 90%, right? So this is our data set. So as a reminder, this is real. This isn't sites off of last.fm and your eHarmony password. These are passwords from real places, from real humans, from people who had to meet password complexity that you all think is going to save you, okay? Not you all. You're cool. The other people. So we found all these different enterprises and different areas of business and different, I was going to say something, but I won't. They have these topologies in common. So a topology at one place that cracks 5%, if you bring it to another enterprise, it'll crack 5%. It may crack 10%. They're common. They're not unique. Well, that's good for us. That's data. Okay? So this proves, since all these examples use the same topologies, because they're all humans, they're all users, it proves that this is key to how users create passwords. So here's a graph. Don't bother reading it. Look at the pretty colors. Notice how some of them shoot up really high. That's because each color is a different enterprise, a different Fortune X size company. So that one about 5 or 6 from the left there, that's the tallest. That's the most popular topology over all 8 companies. Should I allow people to pick passwords that meet that topology? No. No. It meets password complexity, but its rampant use over all enterprises it's obvious. Now what is it? So you can kind of see, so we were able to figure out, okay, you know, which topologies are the most common, and this was all done using math. So if you look at the 6th from the left, there's a blue line. Notice how there's one and it's only blue. Do you know why that was? One company in particular had this one pattern that 40% of their users used because it was generated by the help desk. Okay? So we actually, so to give you an example, not all your data is beautiful and pure. We actually threw that one out, but it's of interest. It's of interest to that client. Okay, so what did all this data tell us? It confirmed what we knew all along. Users pick the lowest common denominator. Well, we know that. When required to do 3 or 4 character classes, okay, well, they're gonna do an uppercase first. They're gonna put numbers at the end, and they're gonna put specials at the end. And there's whole, you know, which special character are they gonna use, blah, 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 blah. Go Google my name on YouTube and see me talking about that. It's very boring. So if you're required to do 4 of the 4 character sets, upper, lower, special, digit, there's, you know, they're gonna put a special at the end. That we have the math that proves all this, okay? So if you go and you say the passwords have to be 12 characters, guess what your users are going to do? They're going to pick Mississippi, capitalize the M, and put a 1 at the end. You think you're making stronger passwords. You're not. You're making dumber users. No, that's not really. I don't know what you're doing, but it's not working. Okay? So the bottom line there, these behavioral trends are not unique. Okay? So as soon as we implement password complexity on the internet, on all the sites, and we require the same old rules that haven't changed in 10 years, guess what's going to happen? Whoop, I went the wrong way. Ignore that. This is going to happen. The same thing's going to happen. Okay? It's not working in the enterprise. It's not going to work on the internet. Okay? So complexity rules do not work. They kind of work, but they don't work. Okay? So if your website, okay, first off, if your website doesn't enforce complexity, you're at a disadvantage already. I was going to say something else. Okay, so you can go, and obviously LinkedIn's a big example. You can Google rocku.text. It's 30 million plain text passwords from a site who stupidly stored all their passwords in plain text in a database and then got a SQL injection compromised. You can go and Google that, and you can go download them and look for your own and stuff like that. So standard enterprise password requirements does not make your users create safer passwords. I've said that 10 times now. OWASP's complexity requirements do not make stronger passwords. Okay? And that's kind of one reason I'm here. So here's just another little set of data. It's LinkedIn. So LinkedIn, you take all the cracked passwords, it has the same sort of idea where some of the topologies are used by gobs more than other ones. And the most common one on the far left there was just 8 lowercase letters. So I like picking on LinkedIn because everyone in this room's got a LinkedIn account. It's not 13-year-olds playing League of Legends. It's people like us who know what a strong password is. It's got to be 8 characters. Yeah, well, there they are, and they're all lowercase. That's the most common one of all the LinkedIn cracks, okay? Okay, so bringing this back to OWASP. Why is it important to OWASP? Why is it important to developers? Because fix it. That's why, okay? We can't let this go on, okay? PCI points to OWASP. OWASP needs to step up to the plate. Okay, and I'm a part of that too, okay? So sites that aren't doing password complexity, that's a finding in a report, okay? In my mind, that's a finding in a report, and in my mind, it should be a PCI issue, okay? If you are not doing password complexity on your website that specifically has PCI requirements, you fail in my mind because you're letting your users shoot themselves in the foot, okay? That is my opinion. So, okay, well, I'm going to implement what are we talking about? Password complexity. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to have this nice, pretty JavaScript that shows the user and teaches them as they go, and it'll work great. No, it won't. So I picked a few of them, right? So here's, password meter, and it uses JavaScript. So Denver 14, we got an 8-character password. We got 3 character classes. It goes in and says, hey, that's pretty good password. It's got 59% out of 100. That's a good password. No, it's not. That thing would crack in 60 seconds, as would every other. You know why? Because it's upper, lower, digit, which is in the top 5 list of what everyone in this room uses. Not you, all other people. That room, okay? So really, that's good? Well, okay, how about Bacon 14 exclamation point? Exclamation point, first off, is the most popular special character. 14 is the current year. Bacon is something that's delicious. It's a 5-letter word that you capitalize the first letter, you added 2 numbers and a special, and oh, by the way, you use the most common special, and you use the current year. And that's a 74 out of 100? Really? No. That topology, upper, lower, digit, special, is in the top 100. It would crack in minutes. I would give that a 0%. Okay, well, here's another one. Denver 14, 15 hours to crack. Bull squat, 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes, okay? So that's not cool, and these are the things that I just hit down and it didn't move. There we go. All right, so there's Microsoft's kind of in the top left, same thing, Denver 14, and medium. Now, Kaspersky, you type in Denver 14, you know what it comes back and it says? That would take 3 seconds. That's a widely used combination. Guess who wins? So, and there's a whole reason why they did that. It's because they're smart. okay? I don't work for Kaspersky, but I know people who do. Bam, someone's got it figured out, okay? So there's other way we can do strength meters, right? You can do them in JavaScript. You can do them in HTML5. HTML5, oh man, it's the new standard. It's secure. That's what the 5 stands for. You can go in there and in a password prompt, you can go and enforce complexity. So you don't need JavaScript. You can have it built in to the HTML. Oh, that's great. I can go in there and say it's got to be 6 characters, and it's got to have an uppercase, and it's got to have a lowercase. So essentially, So essentially, you know, you're whitelisting. You're saying it's got to meet these rules, where I say we need to blacklist. It can't do that. Or I couldn't figure it out. You can't have a not in your regular expression. Hope maybe someone else can figure it out or whatever. So obviously, you know, what if I'm going on my phone, it doesn't honor HTML5, then it, bypass it. If you do it in JavaScript, bang, I'm going to bypass it, okay? But the idea of password complexity is saying, oh, it's got to have an uppercase. That's the way it's been done for 10 or 15 years, excuse me. Okay, so here's the new HTML5. Guess what it does? Nothing new, the same thing that's been done on websites for a decade or two. So that's not great, but this is like a current way of doing it. Okay, so why is this important? I'm stepping back a little bit. So why is this important? Password requirements are not in the OWASP top 10. Therefore, if you run a PCI website, you don't have to worry about them. You can let your users choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? That's not cool. My parents use the internet. Like, I don't want them using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or with a 7, or with an 8, you know. So the other big deal is, like I said, the enterprise idea of password complexity, it's not out there on the internet. You know, that's lame, okay? And then requiring password changes. How many sites on the internet that you use require you to change your password? None? None? None. None, right? I mean, does anyone have an example of a non-enterprise website that you go to that requires you to change your password? I'll give you $1. You know? That one, yeah. No, I mean, I'm serious. Really? Yeah, there's some banks. Yeah, banks are definitely, they're working on it, you know. Okay, so how long are we going to be afraid of our users, right? And it's great because I'm an offense consultant, so I don't really have to deal with users. So it's really easy for me to come along and say, seriously, we need to fix this. This is horrible. I don't care about the users. But then there's real people who have to deal with real customers, and they're going to like, whoa, we can't do that. So obviously, OWASP's official stance is, quote, password rotation should be required for privileged accounts within applications at a frequency of every 90 days. They probably put a period at the end. Well, okay, well, that'd be good. What's a privileged account? That's kind of vague. Anyways, I don't have a solution to this besides fix it, okay? So as auditors, as testers of web app breakers, maybe that's who some of you are, you know, what about password storage, okay? What about hash types, okay? Now this is where OWASP comes in, and they've got a great recommendation. They go in there and say any web application accessed by an OWASP-aware tester should follow the guidelines in the cheat sheet. Then they go and say use bcrypt, okay? So they actually go in there and say, bam, you know, here's the cheat sheet. It actually is valid. Guess who follows that cheat sheet? No one. What if PCI actually had a requirement that said everyone had to do it? There'd be a shitstorm. Sorry, for lack of a better word, there'd be a shitstorm. But what would be the outcome is that if LinkedIn did get compromised and their passwords were stored as bcrypt, guess how many of them would be cracked? Like 2. Like 2, not 2%, like 2, because it's that hard to crack. Sites are just using, I mean, you develop a website, oh, I'm doing WordPress, and you're just going to use their password hashing format, okay? Well, I'm going to use, never mind, I was going to say something else. Okay, so the closest example I have is actually, there was a relatively small Adobe breach, and they actually used DES to actually encrypt their passwords, except for they use a static key, yada, yada, yada. LinkedIn, eHarmony, Last.fm, they all used SHA and MD5. So no one's doing this. Well, this is how you do it. I love this. This is Reddit. And they come out with a post years ago now and said, guess what? You change your password, we're storing it as bcrypt. That's kind of like holding the mic and when you're done, just dropping it, being like, what you going to do? That's amazing. This is amazing. Not only did they do it, which would be amazing enough, they're bragging about it and coming out and being that open and honest. Who does this? No one. Oh, that made me so happy. Okay. Okay, well, here's a little bit of private data. So I'm a password cracker. You know, I'm a recovery person. There have been a lot of password leaks in the last 6 months, of which you know about 1% of them, okay? So the last 6 months of all the password leaks that have occurred, these are the most common algorithms used to hash passwords, okay? So this is real data, and there's a whole bunch of secret sauce behind it that we're not going to talk about, okay? It's not relevant. What's relevant is, what's the first one on the list? Raw MD5. 630 unique sites that were compromised in the last 6 months that use raw MD5. All right, well, where's Blowfish? It's down there. It's got 4. That's pretty good, right? No, you know. So this is real. This is real sites that are compromised. And guess what? They use crummy hashing algorithms. Question?
Do you have any plain text just not show up in these?
Yeah, the question was, are there any plain text? Yes, there's always plain text leaks. They're actually getting less common. Yay, we're fixing things. No, we're not. There was I have to be kind of careful here. There's been an incredibly large compromise of a website recently, an incredibly large, bigger than anything you know about, and it actually used SHA-512 with an incredibly long hash. So even though the passwords are really lame, we're still only like 20% cracked because the leak is so large and the hashing algorithm is strong. So it kind of proves the point. Now we don't know where it came from or whatever, but still there's leaks that are out there. Okay, so I got like 10 minutes or 8 minutes. So our defenses need to evolve, okay? We can't slowly do what they're doing in enterprises and thinking that's going to work, right? Things like minimum length and minimum character set, blah, blah, blah. We still need those. I'm not knocking them. I'm totally knocking them. We still need them, but we need a way to prevent users from gravitating towards certain patterns, certain topologies. How long are we going to be complacent? Okay? How long are we going to let it go? You know? So kind of what we've been working on is what we've been able to do on the Unix side of things was actually blacklist those common topologies. So if you want to do Denver 14, nope, sorry, that topology, that pattern, I don't care what your word is. If it's a 6-letter word, you capitalize it, you cannot do that. You can't do it. Capitalize the second letter instead of the first one. It's still kind of a lame password, but at least it's not that most common, you know, topology, okay? There's a lot of advanced things we can do, like don't let multiple people use the same one. We can do things like when you change your password, is your topology from your old one to your new one the same? Did you go Denver 14 to Denver 15? Because that's, in my mind, that's the same password, okay? Prevent that. No, I'm not saying we're going to be doing this now, but when are we going to be doing it? Okay, so CoreLogic, my company, with support from DARPA, we put out something called Pathwell, which is essentially a Linux PAM module that does everything we've talked about here, okay? We haven't ported it to, you know, web yet, but honestly, the idea is pretty trivial. It's going to be open source right now. We're still going through DARPA. So once it's implemented, your passwords will be diversified. It won't be that graph where 20% of your people are using the same pattern, okay? And then, I mean, the idea is, you know, let's get eBay to use it. Let's get, you know, let's roll it into our SiteMinder, our single sign-on in our Active Directory, okay? And there's all sorts of kind of like advanced things like, are we going to hint the user and say, hey, you can't use that topology, 10 other people are already using that one, that's not allowed. Well, that's a security risk. But we have to tell them why we're rejecting their password. So there's a little bit of, this is not a perfect methodology, but it works, but it's not perfect. Nothing is perfect besides getting rid of passwords, right? I'm not going to go into the more advanced stuff. You can, like I said, there's other talks where we spend an hour talking about just this. But I wanted to kind of give you an idea, like, hey, we've implemented it in the Unix world, okay? Okay, so all this time I've been saying, look at all this research I did. Look at all this data. I do this. I do this. Well, guess what? Those topologies, those 100 most popular patterns, I give them away for free. So, you don't have to write down the URL. Just write down pathwell topologies, go, bam, and you get it. You have 100 of them, okay? So that's based on my 15 years of doing this, and it's all there. I implemented something in JavaScript that blocked them, and it took me like 10 minutes, and I'm not really a developer, okay? So these are the kinds of topologies. So everything I was showing you, I just gave away for free, okay? Okay, so I have 5 minutes. I always wrap up my talks like this. You're not a special, unique snowflake. Whatever your parents told you growing up, it's not true, okay? The little trick that's in your mind that you use to remember your password, that you think, oh, no one will ever figure this out. 1 million other people do it, okay? And people like me are looking at that data and figuring out what you're doing, okay? The same people who do Denver 14 and Summer 13 and Fall 2004 and Password 1 with a capital P, ooh, and OWASP 2014, which is the Wi-Fi password, they all think the same thing. Oh, dude, we'll totally put a 1 at the end. No one will figure this out, right? Okay? So obviously quit doing it, but you all aren't doing it, I know. Tell your users to this, prove it to them, prevent them from falling into this trap, embarrass them if you have to. Train them into how to be, a unique little snowflake, okay? Prevent them from making simple mistakes, okay? That's it. Thanks for coming, everybody. I have three or 4 minutes. If anyone has questions, yes. What's my thoughts on two-factor? Everyone should do it. I'm not saying you have to do secure sign-on. I'm sorry, secure ID. That costs a lot of money. If you do phone texting, not even as a real two-factor, if you texted people, hey, you just logged in as the domain controller, that's at least a level of alerting that you're going to be doing. Okay? I love it. I love it. I don't think it has to be I don't think Bruce has to come in here and look at the secure ID and prove on a piece of paper that it's sound cryptography. If you send someone a text when they log in, that's better than nothing. We got to do something. Question?
What about non-keyboard characters?
The question is about non-keyboard characters. Yes, if you do that, you are in the very small minority. But statistically, even like the British pound, people in London put the British pound in their password. That's their keyboard pattern, not yours. If you do high ASCII, you are in a small minority. You're not quite a snowflake. You're a piece of hail. Question? The question was, aren't the topologies going to change over time? Yes, but as they change over time, they're going to diversify. So that if an attacker is trying to brute force or crack passwords, if they guess a topology, they're only going to get 2%, whereas before they're going to get 15%. So the idea is, over time, we're diversifying passwords, which is what the general idea is. It's not foolproof. Will they congregate again is the question. I don't know. I would love for a large test bed of people to implement this so I can say yay or nay to that. I am willing to fail. Question?
Whatever happens when we talk on passphrases and what do you think are well-configured password managers?
Okay, question was about passphrases and password managers. Password managers, any of them that don't store it in the cloud, if they store it on your machine, that means I have to punch you in the face and steal your laptop. That's fine with me. Don't use any of them that store in the cloud. I'm very against that. That's passphrases. If you use passphrases, you're in the 1% minority of people out there. Don't make it a sentence that I can get that's common. Don't make it be a logical 3-word combination. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm a snowflake. Okay, well, that's an English sentence. But snowflake am I, or snowflake am banana. Okay, well, that's not going to be on Wikipedia. Question. Sorry, I'm moving real quick.
How do you make blacklisted
How do you make blacklisted user topologies user-friendly? You go to OWASP, you tell other people to do it. No. That's where the hinting comes in. We have to do something. That's what we're kind of working on right now with DARPA. It has to be some sort of hinting. We have to say, no, hey, look, we have to, maybe you give them a recommendation. They choose Denver 14. We come back and say, no, dude, don't use 14. Use a different number. Oh, by the way, don't capitalize the first letter. Now, to an attacker, we're giving away a little bit of information, but it's better than the alternative. I can't even see the person I'm talking to. So yeah, we think the best option is hinting. I would love for someone to come along and prove that wrong and come up with a better idea because, bam, we're all better. Question?
You talked about brute forcing, but you didn't mention account lockouts. Wouldn't that mitigate a lot?
Right, so the question was, you mentioned brute forcing, but didn't mention account lockouts. Sites on the internet, don't have account lockouts, usually. But I actually have a real good example for this, okay? Feel free to leave. I'm doing a penetration test right now, okay? I left there to come here, and I'm flying right back, and I'm going to keep attacking. I have a list of your users that I was able to attain via LinkedIn or wherever. Delete a few words I said. Okay, well, I know that they're a company that has passwords, and I have a list of their users. You know how I'm brute forcing their credentials? I'm using summer 14 or fall 14 or the name of the company 14. I'm trying one failed login for each user. I've got a list of all the users. Guess what happens? I gain access to their VPN, and now I'm on their intranet with one failed login per account because I guarantee you that someone's got summer 14 as their password. It works. Dare me to prove I'm wrong. Question in the back, and then I probably got to go, but I'll talk all you want. Right, so the question was, what about leadifying? Change the E to a 3, change an S to a $sign. That's an example of a rule. Like, I've got rules for that idea has been around for 10 or 15 years. So people still use it. I do not recommend it. I recommend writing your password on your monitor with a Sharpie. It's safer than using a lame password because I've got to break into your building, I've got to steal your monitor, and I've got to know who it's for. I'm aware that goes against everything I was ever taught. Question?
So a phrase in Swahili transliterated into English.
Right, so a phrase in Swahili, yes, if you did that, it's not perfect, nothing is, you'll be in the 1%.
The real question I wanted to ask is, you said you were with passwords. This has been a topic of conversations for weeks on end with other security people. Passwords are becoming obsolete whether they're 100 characters or 20 characters. My iPhone is fast enough to brute force something. Tell me, what's the solution?
What's the solution? What am I, a consultant? Yeah, the question was, I'm going to shut down because seriously, I'm running late. The question.
Yeah, that works. Just waking up. Make sure everybody's still here.
What? Still here.
Can you hear him all right?
I turned it back off. Oh, they can hear me anyway. I really don't need amplification.
Hello? Cool. So we're, all right.
It's 301. That's good.
Yeah. All right. So it's 3 o'clock. Let's go ahead and get cruising here. It's our last session of the day, right? Is everybody awake?
Is anybody awake?
Anyone awake? Is everybody ready for happy hour? Hacker hour. That's
Hacker hour.
I like that.
Excellent.
You should coin that. You should trademark that.
Right.
Okay, so we're here to talk about the security header injection module. We acronymed it SHIM.
I voted for the security header injection tool, but I got outvoted, so it's a module.
Up for debate. Anyway, so we're going to talk about this guy. Let's do some introductions first. My name is Eric Johnson. I'm a security consultant, focus a lot on static code analysis, developing security-related tools, doing penetration testing. I also do a lot of work with the SANS Institute and the Application Security Curriculum. I author and teach the Dev 544 Secure Coding in .NET class, and do a lot of different marketing and other efforts within the AppSec curriculum for SANS.
And I'm Aaron Cure. I'm also a security consultant with Cypress Data Defense. That's who we are. And I also do a lot of security tools development, so a lot of internal stuff. And then I also teach secure coding class. So.
Okay, so agenda today, we're going to talk about the OWASP Secure Headers project and
the secure header injection module tool. Thanks, Eric. I figured you took the last one. You're going to let me have this one? So basically, the OWASP Secure Headers project, the whole point of it is to raise awareness of the client-side protections. Has anybody here ever used the CSP, Content Security Policy? Hey, that's 3 more than I've ever seen in any other talk. You should pat yourselves on the back. Fantastic. X-frame options, anybody ever used it? HSTS header? Not a whole lot. You know why? Because most people don't know it exists. You guys, you come teach. We'll go early beer hour. So basically, the whole goal is to let people know that they actually exist, to show what they do for them, make it easy to add and configure. Our module, 3 pieces in the web config, it's ready to go. And then there are 2 other implementations right now. SourceClear has one called Headlines. It's a Java implementation. And Twitter put one out for Ruby. So there's 2 other ones in the project if you want to go check those out.
so we're going to show a quick demo here. Everyone loves live demos, right?
Little.
Guy. So we have a little a site we use for demoing and training and things like that. This guy has vulnerable and safe examples. So what we're going to do is start with our vulnerable examples. So the way that this is configured, the module is installed in this site, but it is excluding all of these vulnerable pages. So we're going to walk through the vulnerable pages, see what the problems are, then we're going to go through all of our headers, and then walk through the safe pages and see how it changes things. So who's familiar with the caching headers? That's an old one. It's been around for a while. So we've got a page here. We based all of this demonstration software off of the movie Office Space, so if you don't like the movie, I apologize. This is Milton's information up here, right? This has got all sorts of goodies in it. It's got account numbers, SSNs, routing numbers, W4 information, all the fun things an attacker might try to get a hold of, right? So if we look at this, we went ahead and clicked on the page. Let me get over to my network tab here. So this is just the web console in Firefox for those of you that haven't seen it. If we hit refresh on this, we'll see a bunch of GET calls, and we'll see the call into our caching page, right? So let me go ahead and click off of this. Go ahead and hit the CDD exploit page, which is our home page. And if you go back here, oh, that wasn't supposed to maximize. We said you never know what you're going to get, right? We went back to the default page. We've got our GET. So when we come back here, if I hit the back button, we'll come right back into our page, and we'll notice this is now empty. What does that tell us?
That's right, page is cached.
There's no request made to pull this page back up. This is our caching vulnerability. What happens if we're on a machine in a library or some sort of public shared server, right? This information is being stored locally on the server, and through other vulnerabilities, attackers love to find these things and pull these pages right out of memory on the box, right? So that's the caching problem. Questions on that? Pretty straightforward, right? Let's take a look at the second one. Remote script inclusion. Has anyone heard of Beef? The browser exploitation framework. Got a bunch of people raising their hands. That's good. Has anyone used it on somebody? All right, a couple people. I like to send my wife emails with beef hooks in the email and see if she'll click on them. And then you can start launching all sorts of alert boxes and ask her how her day's going, and it freaks her out. But anyway, so we click on our link, and let's pretend we've got our remote script included in this page. We get our evil alert dialog pop up. So we'll go ahead and dismiss this. Let's take another look back in our console here. We've got our Git right here. And actually, if we look in the page, I just want to show you where the actual hook is. So it was evil.js. So you can see right here, we've got our embedded script tag right here. Can you see that in the back? Should we zoom in on it a little?
Yeah, but you have terrible vision. We can't say that.
All right.
Get closer, James. That's all there is to it.
There we go. So there's our embedded script tag. That's what's performing all of the malicious activity. It could be running port scans against your network. It could be stealing your cookies, your hidden fields, all of these fun things that attackers like to do if we can inject script into your page. So another vulnerability that simple use of our headers that we'll go through can help prevent. Our third example is our clickjacking example. If we go ahead and launch this page, it brings us to a malicious site that, so we've got our blue banner up here. That's our malicious site, right? And if we come down here, we've got the red site. You can see it kind of moving around in the frame. That is an iframe that's hosting our site. So if you're performing clickjacking attacks, have anyone heard of the like jacking, you know, those types of things? So we can do whatever we want with this frame. We can hide it, and we try to get our victims to click on a button at that point. So those are our vulnerable demos.
We could show their site, float another frame over top of it, and then when they click, they're actually clicking on our frame instead of the one below that they're seeing and things like that.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so back to the slide deck. On. No? Okay, so that brings us to our implementation. It's an HTTP module. Has anyone implemented HTTP modules in .NET before? They're good, right? They run every request. It's kind of like a filter in Java. Every request that comes through the IAS pipeline, the module hits it. Right now, we're claiming it supports 4.5 because, to be honest, that's what the project defaulted to, and that's what we built it under.
We haven't tested it anywhere else, but it should run.
Should run. It's not using any crazy libraries. It's all stuff that's been around forever. It supports web forms and MVC, and all we have to do is modify 3 things in our web.config file to turn this on. So here's what we need to do. Our config sections element in the config. We go ahead and add the section, reference the CypressDefense.shim configuration class. We've got our default configuration. All you have to do is add that one line, shim enabled true, and that will add every single header that we're going to talk about to your response headers. And then the module registration, we need to tell the module to actually run. So we go ahead and put that in there, and then that's what triggers that code to execute on every request that comes through. So here's the list of headers that we support. We're going to walk through each of these one by one just to set the stage here a little bit. This is a lot of information. There's 40-something slides in here. We're not going to go into a ton of detail on each of these. If you have specific questions about them, let us know. We'll stick around. We'll get a beer afterwards, whatever we want to do, and we can talk about it. But some of these are pretty lengthy. So
if you want to talk about content security policy, we'll go get 3 beers because it is a talk.
Yeah. All you, buddy.
All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about the caching headers. One of them, Pragma, has been around forever. That's an HTTP 1.0 tag. We also have the expires header and the cache-control header. So what they do, the cache control options header is supported by HTTP 1.1, so it's not backwards compatible. So you need to set this one, and it basically has 2 options, well, 3 options. No cache, no store, or must revalidate. So the must revalidate is just going to force it to go get the page again before it comes back. Then we have the expires tag. It has basically two options. Value, which everybody, if you've ever seen the expires tag, it's expires value equals -1. Or we have enabled. The enabled just lets you turn it on and off, and it does the same thing. It sets the value to -1, so that's the default. And then we have the pragma tag. Like I said, the pragma tag is the HTTP 1.0 backwards compatible, so you have to set both the cache control and the pragma to make sure you can cover the whole spectrum. And it just has a no cache option, so it's pragma no cache. So this is what the default configuration gets you. So if you say shim enabled equals true in your web config, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get cache control enabled with no cache, no store, and must revalidate, and the expires tag on with a value of -1, and pragma enabled to no cache.
Questions about the caching configuration? Pretty straightforward. Okay, we're going to jump into the X-frame options header. This is what we use to prevent our clickjacking vulnerability that we showed in the demo. When we can frame that page inside the iframe, that means that the attackers can use that and trick people into clicking buttons on it. What we need to do, we can go ahead and set the X-frame options header. Our default value is deny. That's what we want to default to. It means you can't do it. The browser won't allow it. There are other options. We have same origin, which means that you can frame the page. It's got to be under the same host, port, and protocol, same origin rules. So if you've got, does anyone have a site that uses iframes all over the place? We've got one in the back. I'm sorry, I feel bad for you that you have to deal with that.
I noticed you looked at the floor when you put your hand up, though, so we all feel your pain.
I've reviewed several sites that do that. You can use X-frame options, but same origin is what you're going to have to set up unless you need to cross over into other domains. If you need to do that, the third option is allow from. You can actually specify a URI there and say this origin is allowed to frame my site. A little bit of an issue with that. That allow from option doesn't have full browser support. IE and Firefox are the main takers there. If you've got users under Chrome, Safari, Opera, you might run into some issues. But keep your eye on it. Maybe they'll start supporting that sooner than later. And this configuration is very easy. We've only got the value. It's deny, same origin. Or allow from, the URI goes in the empty one, but this is our default state. We're going to deny. This is going to run secure by default, and you don't have to add any of this stuff, but you can override it.
All right, anybody see any problems with this? Can anybody see this? If you notice, you've got the safe icon, right? So you're good. This is an HTTPS site, right? Until you look at the HTTP link. So this is the great, anybody ever heard of a neat little tool called SSL strip? Yeah, no, it hasn't gotten a lot of press. Nobody's really heard of it. But what it allows you to do is a man-in-the-middle attack on SSL. So basically, they connect to you, HTTP, and then you connect HTTPS out, break it out, and bring it back. With this new neat little feature, you can actually use the fave icon and put a little lock right up there. So the browser thinks you think you're safe, everything's good. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to set the strict transport security header. And it's obviously, by its simple acronym, HSTS, right? So it's actually the HTTP strict transport header. And so you'll always see it evaluated as listed as the HSTS header. But basically what it says is this site must always be SSL. And if you set this header, it allows your browser to cache that value, and from then on, every time it goes to this website for the whole domain, it will require SSL. Basically, we have some options. We have max age. We have include subdomains. When I said it's in the entire domain, it's the entire domain, but it doesn't necessarily include subs. So if you have www dot and static dot, if you don't include subdomains, then static dot won't be covered unless you specifically say it. Pretty good browser support. Sometime after IE 12, it's supposed to maybe be supported in IE, but nobody uses IE. It's definitely not used in the corporate world, so we're good. Oh yeah, I forgot, default configuration, secure by default. So basically, strict transport security is enabled, the max age is a year, and it includes the subdomains. So basically it's going to cover your entire domain paths and everybody underneath it.
Questions on HSTS? Anybody? All right. Quiet crowd. X content type options. Who's used this guy? This is our solution to try to fix IE's problem of trying to guess the content type of our page. If you specify a content type of application/text, but then have a bunch of JavaScript in the body, IE decides, well, you know, it looks like this is JavaScript. Let's execute it. It's a great idea, right? So X content type options, we basically set it to no sniff, and that tells the browser, hey, if I tell you it's a text content type, render it as text. Do not try to guess what it is. So that's what we're trying to protect against. Like I said, no sniff is the only option. IE is really the only reason this is around. Browser support, for some unknown reason, Chrome didn't have the problem, but they still implemented support for it. No one knows when or how it got there, but it's there.
We're going to fix a problem we don't have.
Yeah, just in case our developers make a mistake later, right, we'll be covered. IE 8's when it started, so we're good on that. Our default configuration is no sniff. It's the only option, right? It's enabled by default again. There's enabled. You're seeing a theme with these enabled properties, right? You can turn all these off if you want to, but they're all going to be there out of the box.
Okay, this is one of my favorites. Anybody ever buy this product? It is fantastic. I used it last night, had some friends over. Delicious. They were perfectly cooked. Little XSS vulnerability here that Sears had in their website where you could just reflect whatever you wanted into their shopping cart for your tagline, so kind of fun, you know. So basically we're going to stop that. We're going to turn XSS protection on through the X-XSS protection header. Basically you have three options. 0 for disabling the XSS filter. 1 allows the XSS payload to be dropped but renders the rest of the page, and mode equals block blocks the whole page. So if there's an XSS detected, it won't let it through at all. Browser support, IE, and Chrome at some time because it just works. And then again, the default configuration, the value is 1, so it's going to block the XSS content but let the rest of the page render, and block equals true.
Okay, content security policy. Yes?
Just one question. I don't even know why you would want to do this, but can you set this at per page level? Like, say I want X frame off on one page.
Absolutely. We'll get there. Great
question.
Great question.
Hold that to the end.
We did think of that. There's a couple slides here in a little bit, and we'll show you how to do that. Because it is needed, mainly for caching. Yeah, I love when you lead me into what we're going to talk about. It shows that you're paying attention, which is good. Okay, we're going to talk about content security policy first. This is our longest and most drawn out topic in the deck because there's so many options. There is a webcast that I did for the SANS Institute that's a half an hour, 35 minutes on CSP alone. It's on a link I'll show here in a little bit. So like I said, we're not going to spend a ton of detail in each CSP option, but that webcast is out on the SANS AppSec archive. If you want to sign up for it and watch that, you can get some more information and some tools to build CSPs.
And the whole slide deck is already out on our blog, so you can, each one of these is fully covered on the slides. We're just going to kind of blow through it because it does a lot of stuff.
Yep, so more importantly, a fun example. Has anyone heard of strong webmail? Nobody. This is good. So the first thing I'll tell you is if you're a startup company and you have this hot new product, do not offer a $10,000 reward for someone to hack into your site. It's just not a good idea. Okay, strong webmail. They were kind of the pioneers of two-factor authentication. Get a code on your phone, you got to type it in to access the site. Does everybody use that? Hopefully for PayPal, hopefully the iCloud now. Has everyone set that up already? So they were kind of the pioneers of it. They said, you know what, let's offer a $10,000 reward for the first person that can break into our site because there's two-factor authentication. No one can break into that, right? So cross-site scripting, let's talk about it. Some guys picked that up, they registered for the site, they found a cross-site scripting vulnerability, and they created an email and laced it with cross-site scripting code to steal all of the session cookies and send them back to their server so they could take the identity of that user and log right in. Does that make sense? So what do you think they did? They emailed the CEO of the company and said, had their payloads in there, they called customer service and said, hey, we just won your contest. We sent your CEO an email with the steps that we used to break into the site. So the CEO angrily goes right to the website, logs in, opens up the email with all the cross-site scripting code in there. The attackers get the cookie, and then they're holding one of those huge checks for $10,000 2 days later. So that's what we're trying to protect with CSP. We do not want remote code executing in our site. There's lots of other things out there or here that we can cover, but that's the main one. So it's the standard header is content-security.policy. You'll see lots of other variations, x- and there's another one that, this is what the spec says now. So content-security.policy. Default source is self. And we'll get into these here in a minute, but basically what we're saying is this is a list of people that we trust, and we are only going to load content from those people. So there's some keywords we need to familiarize ourselves with. Self is the most important one. That's the same origin, right? That's only resources from our same host port and protocol. None means we're not allowing this whatsoever. We've also got unsafe inline, unsafe eval. Those are the types we can actually run JavaScript, things like that. Because by default, there's no inline JavaScript, no inline CSS styles. Everything has to be externalized in a trusted file, which can be hard to use, but that's the safe. Data is also another one. Does anyone use data URIs? So you don't need to worry about this, but if you use data URIs, it's actually, there's a lot of attacks where you can craft an XSS payload and then base64 encode it and put it in a data URI, and the browser will conveniently decode that and launch the attack for you. It's a nice way to bypass request validation for those of you that think that actually works. Okay, all the different areas. Default source, we can specify scripts, we can specify objects, styles, medias, frames. Those are all the options. Again, these are talked about in a little more detail in the SANS webcast on content security policy, so we'll get a link out to that here in a minute. So let's look at an example, because that's where it gets fun. So this is one from mobile.twitter.com. Basically, this is in report-only mode. Does anyone use report-only mode for this? This is kind of like putting a WAF in learning mode. You can monitor it and see what it's doing, but it doesn't actually break anything yet.
Anybody ever put a WAF in learning mode? Anybody ever take one back out? Yeah, that's generally a problem. Went to a customer site. They said, oh, well, this isn't an issue for us. Well, why not? Well, we have a WAF. Okay, can you show me the configuration? Well, sure, here you go. Well, your WAF's in learning mode. Well, yeah, we want to make sure that everything that's coming through is good. Yeah, but it's not protecting you. But we have a WAF. But it's not protecting you because it's in learning mode. Yeah, but that's because it's learning. But it's not protecting you. So after 3 days, they finally put it into enable mode, and they were amazed at how much traffic stopped coming through.
So if you look at the bottom, you'll see the report URI. That's the URI that they're going to send these little JSON packets that has the violation that occurred. So you can log all the violations there, and it helps you build out your content security policy. So if you see here, Twitter's allowing images from Twitter, the TWIMG domain, google.com. Scripts are only allowed to come from reCAPTCHA, Twitter. They've enabled unsafe inline and unsafe eval, which weakens your content security policy. But we'll talk about that here in a minute, especially for web forms and .NET. Browser support, this is supported pretty much across the board except for our old friend Internet Explorer. They're a little slow to the game here. Hopefully in the next version, version 12, this will be implemented and supported, per the spec anyway. And this is a web forms configuration of CSP. So does anyone notice in web forms and .NET how it emits a lot of JavaScript and inline CSS styles that you have no idea why it's there or where it's coming from? So in order for CSP to work with web forms, this is the configuration you have to set up. So this is not the default. Like I said, we're secure by default. You will need to modify this. This is documented on the Codeplex page that the tool is on. There's an example sitting right there, and I actually just pasted it into this slide. So it tells you what you need to do to use CSP with web forms right there on the Codeplex page.
Instead of secure by default, we call this the more secure because we have to.
Yeah.
So
hopefully, well, who knows, the framework maybe at some point will start externalizing all of that out of the web pages, and then we can have a very secure CSP on the site. But as of right now, this is really our only option. Unless anyone from the .NET development team is in the room. Anyone? No? All right.
Maybe next week.
Yep.
And then back to your question, is there a way to specifically say leave this page out, configure it by page? We have a set of exclusion lists for each one of the objects. So caching, content security policy, X-type, X-frame, XXSS. There's too many X's and S's in that particular header, in my opinion. So basically what you do Thanks, Eric.
Sorry.
In your configuration, you can set caching enabled and set cache control enabled, and then you can exclude any particular page, any particular image, any particular directory. Basically anything that you can hit with a location path, you can hit with the exclude list. So you can just add in pages, especially for caching. There are a lot of static type stuff that you don't want to bang back every time, hit the database, regenerate that page when caching is okay. So you can exclude that kind of stuff. I don't know why you would ever want to exclude an XSS protection unless you have a demo site that you want to show that it's okay to XSS, and then we do that. And this is how we handle our vulnerable sites inside of our demos over here, is we just exclude the pages that are in the vulnerable directory.
Oh,
that's you.
The demo. Okay, so we're back. We're going to go through the same couple of examples. We'll take a look at how this is configured over in the VM here. All right, so let me get our browser back up and get the web. Oh, that's not what I want. There's our web console. And then we're going to take a look in the virtual machine that I've got running here in the background. This is basically our web server.
Wow, that's ugly.
That's interesting.
It's ugly here too, though, so at least.
Okay, at least it's across the board problem. Oh, there, I figured it out.
That's better.
All right. So we're going to take a look at our web.config. This is the one that we're actually running these tests against. So the first thing we're going to look at, as I mentioned, we have to actually add the section to our configuration file. So that's this guy right here. Zoom in on it. So you can see that. There's the name, and we're just referencing that DLL. Make sense? Scroll down to the actual configuration. So here's our caching configuration that we've got set up. We zoom in on this guy. So you can see here, we're actually just saying caching. We're not configuring the exact headers because we want the secure by default. But we do have a bunch of locations here that we're excluding. We're saying do not omit the cache control headers on these pages. So you'll notice the first one there is the content/vulnerable directory. That's the page that I demoed to you at the beginning of the talk. That's why we were able to do that, is because that's being excluded. And then in a real site, you typically would not want to cache or would allow caching of your images, your scripts, maybe your CSS classes, anything that's really just not going to change much over time. As long as it doesn't have sensitive data in it, we're okay with caching it, right? So there's a reason for both. We'll take a look at content security policy. This is a web forms application. So this is the exact same CSP that I showed you on the slide and the same CSP that's out on the Codeplex site. This is the CSP you need to use with web forms. So it allows unsafe inline, it allows unsafe eval, it has our inline CSS allowed. And these things weaken the security policy, but with web forms, that's what we have to do. The rest of them are pretty standard. We're not doing much with content type options and X-frame and XSS protection except just excluding that content vulnerable directory. Our third thing, if you remember, we have to actually register the module. So here's our registered module. It's right there in the web server modules section. We go ahead and drop that in there, and that's what tells the framework to execute this on every request. So very, very easy to set up. I'd say we probably, on all the assessments that we do, see all of these headers set on very, very few of them, probably less than 5% of the sites. So our hope is that this project will actually encourage people to just drop these in here and start using them without actually having to write any code.
So does it work?
It works. Let's see.
Well, show us, Eric.
Okay, you don't believe me?
No.
All right. So I have the same pages that we exploited earlier, except this time they're sitting in the safe directory, so the headers will be there. And we'll watch the headers get set as we visit them. Let me go back to the home page here. Try to get out of this frame. It's kind of... Okay. So let's go back home. Where'd that console go? There we go. All right. So let me go ahead and get the developer tool. That guy just keeps disappearing on me. There it is. Okay, so we're going to hit the caching page again. Remember last time we hit the back button and it showed up? So let's go ahead and go to the caching page. And let's take a different look at it this time. So there's our get. This time you can see, here's our headers. We've got the no cache headers set. We've got our content security policy set that works with web forms. We've got the expires header, we've got the pragma header, we've got strict transport security, we've got our XSS headers, our content type headers. All of those guys are in there because the module is just putting them right in the response before it comes back to the client. So if we come back here, remember we hit our default page again, and we hit the back button, and this time, if we go ahead and look at our network traffic, we can see the get this time. Remember last time it was empty because it pulled it from the cache? This time it saw, I don't have this page cached, I need to go ahead and make the request back out to the server to get it. So our caching is working, which is good. That's what we want. So let's take a look at our remote script include. This is the one that popped the evil alert box last time, right? Our beef hook was sitting in this page. Let's go ahead and hit it this time, and the first thing you'll notice is no alert box, right? So we don't have our evil alert box. That means something changed. We can come back and verify. Oh, where did that go? There we go. So see in here, our content security policy is set. That's good. And you can actually also look in the console, and you see the CSP exception right here. Has anyone monitored for these before if you're using CSP? You can just look right in the browser, and it's basically saying, hey, you violated the content security policy on the page. You requested a CDD exploit /script/evil.js file. That is not allowed in your whitelist of scripts in the content security policy. I'm denying it. So that's why that alert box didn't show up. That's how easy it is to stop attackers like us from injecting scripts into your site and running malicious code. Pretty easy, right? In our last example, we had our framing example. So we'll go ahead and click our clickjacking page here. And again, this time, remember last time our frame showed up, this time our frame is hidden. The browser has denied it because we're saying we cannot load that page into frames back on our side. So that prevents us from any clickjacking vulnerabilities that may show up. Any questions? That means we did a great job writing this.
That's
because
right.
No one has problems understanding it. All right, so let's bounce back into the slides here. There's only I just saw a calendar reminder. I have a golf league starting in 10 minutes.
Oh, you better get there.
Not going to make it.
It's only 2.5 hours away.
Yeah.
So some of the future things we want to do, we want to actually test support for .NET 3.5, .NET 4.0. Like again, theoretically it works, but we haven't actually tried it. We want to add a couple other headers in there, the access control allow origin headers. I want to add both of those in. And then the CSP 2.0 spec is out, so we'd like to put those headers into there so that if it ever gets approved and ratified and everybody's happy with it, then we can go ahead and start generating those too. And then if you want to go get the code, it's on shim.codeplex.net, module, tool, whatever. And then if you want to get this presentation or you want to go look at Eric's CSP webcast, it's on our website, cypressdefense.com. Just hit the blog and you can see all those on there.
We do have the Sans AppSec booth right out of the door here. They're giving away t-shirts, also a bunch of cool posters and discounts for the security. Go visit Kate at the booth if you haven't already. Contact info, feel free to hit us. Yes?
Security policy is not really that standard yet. So using it, for example, this model and for setting up all these different errors, what would be the coverage that I will have in terms of like market share for the browsers, for example? Like I said, okay, Internet Explorer doesn't really apply for some of the issues. It doesn't really respect the X-frame options. For content security policy, it's only the sandbox.
Right.
And previous version of 7 and prior of that, they ignore everything.
Yeah.
So what's the percentage, or have you identified how many?
So the question really, I think what you're asking is, because their support is different for all these headers, and because some of them are not supported by browsers, why would we use them? What is the coverage? And it's going to vary by your user base, right?
No, I use it because I think it's pretty valuable. But I think, like, what percentage of my users will be protected? Or
Right.
certain
Well, Well, these are certainly, and usually I have a slide in here that says this. We took it out. But really, these are defense in-depth countermeasures. Just because you put a content security policy in your site does not give you the right to do no output encoding of any of your dynamic data that you consider untrusted, right? You still have to encode your data. You can include frame-breaking code in your site to prevent clickjacking in older browsers. They're really intended to boost the security of your site, and as browsers roll out more and more support, then they grow in strength, right?
Like you mentioned a second ago, just like all the HTML tags that the browsers don't understand, headers that the browser doesn't understand, it just throws away. So it really doesn't cost us anything to put them. The browsers that support them, we do know that they don't exist. We know that only IE and Chrome support half of the headers, but at the same time, for those IE and Chrome users, we've added some protection in there. But as to your question about how much protection does it really buy, it really depends on your user base. If you're talking about a collection of corporate users that are all mandated to use IE6, then you can definitely look at that. But if you're trying to take a website that serves anywhere on the internet and you're wide open, then only about a third of these headers are supported by the mainstream browsers, and so you're still going to get some protection. And again, like Eric said, if you're doing content encoding, if you're doing secure MIME types, if you're doing everything right, this just gives you one more layer to help come down. So.
Have you seen, for example, eval state or I'm not sure what the other setting?
Unsafe inline? Yeah.
Oh
yeah, absolutely. Yep. I mean, it's very common. I showed you the report-only mode also. And in the SANS webcast that I mentioned, I actually take the perspective of if, say, you have a new site, you have no content security policy, how do you start building one? There are some tools out there that will capture your website traffic, take a look at all of the different resources that you're pulling in, and it'll go out and parse all those logs, and it'll actually build you a content security policy. And then you can put that in your header and turn on report-only mode, and you want to do that in your test staging environment for quite a while to make sure you haven't broken anything before you actually roll that out to your production site. You do have to be careful with it. That's a touchy one. So you want to make sure you do that with a lot of testing before you implement it. Have you guys had horror stories with it at all?
Yeah, as we speak.
That's why you're here. You're looking for a solution.
Yeah.
Right.
It's hard. So the one tool, actually I think it's on my browser right here. There's a Chrome plugin that's a CSP plugin, and you can actually just fiddle with it. So just any other questions as we're standing here, as I'm messing with this?
It's your tap dancing.
Is there a beer between now and the keynote?
When's the keynote? This is the first event I've actually, I knew what time I had to be here.
Keynotes are
4:30?
Oh, yeah.
I'd say so.
There's beer 30.
Well, let's just do this. Okay, so you can see this guy here. Here's the icon. So I pulled this off of the OWASP site. So there's a link on there to this plugin. You can hit this guy, and you can go ahead and just start messing with all the different options. You can hit the apply button and save it, and then browse the site and watch those exceptions roll in. And it doesn't have a CSP header set, but this makes the browser think that it does. So you can test it that way. And then there's a more automated version of it. A fellow named Kenny-san from Etsy released it at DEF CON a couple years ago. It's called CSP Tools. And you actually set your browser up to go through a proxy, and it captures all the traffic. And then you can run his parser, and that's what will build you a content security policy for you. So it'll catch the random images you're pulling off of Google Images and all that stuff. So it's pretty slick. But I demo that in the webcast if you want to go out and check it out. It's on the site.
Any other questions?
Nothing.
Crickets.
We're done early, too.
I know, look at that. We've got plenty of time for beer now.
Absolutely. And we'll be around later. You'll find us in one of the happy hour events if you have questions you think of. Hacker Hour. Hacker Hour. I love that. I'm going to start using that.
I am. That's perfect.